Hola a tots i a totes. Em plau donar-vos la benvinguda al seminari internacional titulat Espais, multituds, sense festivals, els efectes socials d'un paisatge sense esdeveniments durant la pandèmia. La reacció social d'una ciutat buida però en ple moviment. For all international guests, remember that this fifth session will be held in Spanish and in Catalan, and for the following ones will be in English. In any case, the recordings with subtitles can be accessed later. Aquest seminari es desenvolupa en el marc del projecte de recerca europeu anomenat Spacios, Festivals, Events and Inclusive Public Space in Europe, finançat per ERA, Humanities in the European Research Area, i que compartim amb 4 altres universitats. El líder del projecte és el professor David McGillivray, de la Universitat of Western Scotland. Segueixen altres participants com la Bernadette Quinn, de la Technological University de Dublin, Andrew Smith, de la University of Westminster a Londres, Cristina Lindström, de la Universitat de Gothenburg, i jo, com a representant de la Universitat Oberta de Barcelona, de Catalunya, a Barcelona. El projecte FESpace es centra en la manera en què els festivals i els esdeveniments permeten o restringeixen l'accés i l'ús dels espais públics, incloent fins a quin punt podrien acollir interaccions, intercanvis entre persones de diferents orígens culturals, ètnics, socioeconòmics i inclús sociodemogràfics. Per tant, el projecte se centra en com el disseny i el funcionament dels festivals i els esdeveniments urbans poden ajudar a desmantellar les divisions existents, però també reconeixem que els festivals i els esdeveniments tenen el potencial d'excloure simbòlicament, financera o físicament les poblacions marginals dels espais públics convencionals, fent aquests espais menys públics o menys diversos. Amb aquest seminari volem debatre amb experts, professionals, administració, activistes, el paper que han tingut la pandèmia mundial en el desenvolupament d'esdeveniments i el seu vincle amb comunitats, grups o col·lectius. Des del març del 20, l'onada pandèmica ha fet trontollar el món i la vida social, canviant molts aspectes de les nostres vides, entre ells les festivitats i les celebracions. Els carrers deserts, els estadis buits i les places sense activitat no només han fet esbossar un escenari per molts sectors econòmics, sinó també han creat diferents necessitats entorn de les activitats de cultura i del lliure. En aquest context, les celebracions i les festivitats més necessàries que mai per la seva funció social s'han vist cancel·lades, modificades radicalment, deixant deserts no només els espais físics, sinó també molts dels espais que podem anomenar simbòlics. La transformació de l'activitat ha estat exponencial i, per tant, ens plantegem quins seran, doncs, els efectes que genera aquesta buidor dels espais. Hem estructurat, doncs, el seminari en 3 sessions. Aquesta primera, on ens centrarem en l'experiència viscuda des de la ciutat de Barcelona i les seves festivitats i celebracions culturals de la mà de 3 professionals en actiu i activistes. Una segona, on veurem alguns dels exemples de les 5 ciutats que conformen el consorci del nostre projecte de recerca, de mà dels investigadors principals de FESpaces, i finalment una tercera, on volem debatre amb professionals de diferents ciutats europees la situació dels esdeveniments culturals i les seves comunitats en el marc d'aquesta crisi sanitària que estem vivint. Totes i cadascuna d'aquestes sessions, recordar-vos que ens retransmetran en directe en el nostre canal de YouTube i que tots aquells participants que ho vulgueu podeu fer les vostres aportacions a través del xat on hi tenim 3 fantàstics moderadors que ens ajudaran a mantenir aquest diàleg entre participants i les meses de cada una de les sessions. Per tant, animar-vos a tots a dir la vostra. Passo, doncs, a iniciar aquesta primera sessió que ens centrarem en l'experiència i la situació viscuda a la ciutat de Barcelona durant aquests mesos. Tenim la sort avui que ens acompanyen per aquesta sessió 3 convidats, experts en la vida festiva i cultural de la ciutat, activistes, gestors, programadors i promotors de la diversitat de la nostra ciutat. Ells són, primer, la Gael Petit-Leroy, responsable del programa de diversitat i interculturalitat a Casa Àsia, una institució de diplomàcia pública amb seu a Barcelona i que treballa també molt estretament amb les comunitats asiàtiques a Espanya amb temes de diversitat i interculturalitat. Benvinguda, Gael.
Bon dia.
Bon dia. Després tenim l'Esteve Caramés, director de programes culturals de l'Institut de Cultura de Barcelona, de l'Ajuntament de Barcelona. Bon dia, Esteve, i benvingut.
Hola, bon dia, què tal, com esteu?
Bon dia. I finalment també tenim el Guillem Romabatlle, activista cultural, sobretot en temes de cultura tradicional i popular, membre de la Comissió de Seguiment del Protocol Festiu de la ciutat de Barcelona i impulsor de diferents projectes de recuperació de festivitats de la vida i la gràcia de la mateixa ciutat. Benvingut, Gael, encantada de tenir-te amb nosaltres.
Hola, bon dia a tothom.
Bon dia a tothom. Bé, doncs per plantejar aquestes idees, primer el que farem serà plantejar-vos tota una sèrie de preguntes que cada un d'ells ens aniran contestant. Una de les primeres qüestions que ens venen al cap quan parlem de festivitats és la pròpia participació social, que en moltes ocasions sense ella molts dels esdeveniments no serien iguals o inclús no serien possibles. Per tant, ens plantegem aquesta primera qüestió. La participació i l'acció social que normalment veiem en esdeveniments culturals a la ciutat de Barcelona, com s'ha viscut durant aquest any 2020? Si us sembla, el que podríem fer és respondre que cada un de vosaltres respongués la pregunta, començant ara aquesta primera per la Gael, seguint per l'Esteve i després pel Guillem. Gael, endavant, com ho veus, això?
Bueno, primero una palabra, mal. Yo creo que se han viscut mal al principio. Obviamente toda la organización de festivales, actividades en la calle, también la organización de festividades por parte de comunidades o colectivos se han visto de un día a otro invisibilizados completamente. Nos han quitado como el pan también de la boca de un día a otro. Entonces el shock yo creo que fue brutal. Se han cancelado algunas actividades, por ejemplo, nosotros desde Casa Asia formamos parte del grupo motor de organización del Año Nuevo Chino en Barcelona. Lo hemos cancelado a 3 días del evento y no había manera con una multitud tan grande de reinventarla, poner medidas de seguridad, no era posible, simplemente. Después, en una segunda etapa, pero todo ha ido muy rápido, hemos tenido que adaptarnos y cancelar, para algunos casos, reinventar o transformar las actividades. Entonces sí que, bueno, han sido proyectos, hemos descubierto, ha sido complicado. Yo creo que a nivel de impacto social se ha reducido mucho el impacto con las actividades online a nivel de barrio y a nivel social de ciudad, etcétera, pero sí que en cambio ha abierto otros puentes y otras vías. Por ejemplo, bueno, para buscar cosas positivas, porque con este fenómeno, bueno, la pandemia de lo que se trata también es de aguantar, porque teatro online o teatro con una sala media vacía no vamos a poder seguir así, lo aguantamos y hacemos esfuerzos porque sabemos que hay una fecha de caducidad. Cuando ya todo esto vuelve a la normalidad, bueno, poner una máscara se aceptará, pero programar menos o, bueno, yo creo que esto se trata de aguantar hasta que se pueda volver, pero teatro o danza online o también música, yo creo que la finalidad del teatro es estar en un escenario con el público delante, que se pueda respirar o escuchar, etcétera, y que se pueda aplaudir en vivo a los artistas. El impacto social, bueno, a nivel internacional, perdón, nosotros que, bueno, desde Casa Asia trabajamos con países asiáticos, obviamente poder planificar un evento online, un diálogo, una demostración, un taller, un debate con ponentes o artistas de Asia, ya se ha hecho posible de un día a otro también, porque ya no había que pagar vuelos, no había que pagar hoteles y bueno, y todo el mundo tenía más tiempo para estar 1 hora y media o 2 delante de un ordenador. Entonces yo creo que se ha reflexionado mucho y se ha debatido mucho. Por ejemplo, ahora vamos a tener un programa de intercambio de artistas asiáticos y españoles con la Fundación Asia-Europa, ASEF, que está ya puesto en marcha varios programas así. Con la excusa de seguir, de no aturar, de no parar, estamos inventando intercambios de reflexiones entre artistas de un lado del globo a otro lado. Entonces habrá un curador también, habrá un dinamizador de estas discusiones. Hemos inventado un resultado, ellos propondrán un resultado de este intercambio y también escribirán un artículo y darán una charla, una entrevista para explicar el proceso de intercambio, que se quedará al estado de proceso, seguramente no un producto artístico acabado. Entonces, obviamente la participación se ha reducido a nivel local porque, por ejemplo, en el caso del Año Nuevo Chino, que estamos organizando este año todo online, todo, aparte de una grabación donde vino la alcaldesa y la cónsul general, y esto fue grabado en el Salón de Cent. El resto es todo online. Las familias que solían venir del barrio de Forpienco, de toda la ciudad, a ver el desfile, ya no van a estar conectados 4 miembros de una familia detrás con bebés o pequeños detrás de un ordenador. Todo esto se va a perder. Se va a conectar gente que ha hecho el esfuerzo de adaptarse al todo online o gente, no sé, que está acostumbrada y quiere escuchar una charla o que se va a animar a hacer un taller detrás de su ordenador en su salón. Que no hay que esconderse, es que no es tan eficaz y el futuro de la cultura, de las artes escénicas sobre todo, no pasan por lo online. Después, se han hecho muchos esfuerzos porque ya nos hemos dado cuenta o nos dábamos ya cuenta, pero han salido voces y esto es positivo para mostrar el carácter vital necesario de la cultura. En varios ámbitos, el aspecto de sobrevivencia, económico, para la salud mental y los ánimos y el contacto humano que necesitamos. Un ser humano no puede vivir detrás de una pantalla y la cultura. Y también el carácter efímero o provisional de esta situación. La cultura, no hablo de la literatura, pero la cultura sobrevive porque hay una fecha de caducidad a esta situación y esto es para aguantar. Yo he visto algún espectáculo online y la primera vez que volví al teatro en junio, julio, me emocioné porque solo de tener algunas personas en el público y los actores que veías que por fin tenían a alguien a dirigirse, porque ellos están ahí en el escenario para su público. Esto nos ha dolido mucho. Como preguntas cómo se ha pasado este año, ha sido doloroso, pero nos ha obligado a reaccionar, a reinventarnos y ha abierto también algunas oportunidades, sobre todo en este ámbito internacional, para el debate y el diálogo, sobre todo. Y el otro aspecto de la cultura, de lo que hemos visto este año, es el carácter globalizador, de nuevo con la pandemia. Si había voces que abogaban por... Un minuto, perfecto. Si había voces que abogaban por trabajar más a nivel de vecindad, de barrio, ya sé que hay festivales muy grandes de la ciudad que estos últimos años han tenido políticas de repartirse en los barrios, etc. La pandemia y el hecho de hacer, en las programaciones que han podido hacerse se ha hecho más con artistas más locales, pero a nivel de público yo creo que todo lo online se ha perdido el contacto y la participación del público de barrio y se ha abierto a otro público. Nosotros se han conectado gente de todo el mundo y yo participé en unos debates con algún coreógrafo de la India y de Nueva York y de Barcelona. Y esto para mí, fue muy interesante, es verdad, pero no podemos seguir con solo esto. Por el momento ya está, añadiré cosas después si hace falta.
Molt bé. Afegir, complementar una mica el que deia la Gael, perquè crec que ha fet un panorama molt ampli. Jo crec que, en primer lloc, hem de tenir clar el context general sobre el qual estem. El cop ha estat brutal, culturalment, econòmicament, socialment, emocionalment, sobretot. Ha estat un cop molt gran i això no ha acabat. Estem encara a dins i estem encara vivint-ho. Per tant, dir ara quins són els efectes, jo crec que és fins i tot encara precipitat, perquè estem vivint una situació tremendament complicada que mai ningú, doncs, evidentment, es podia haver imaginat. El que sí que és interessant veure és que hem tingut aquest cop, hem tingut aquest terratrèmol en totes les nostres vides personals, socials, culturals, però el calendari ha continuat avançant. Ara la Gael ens ho deia, l'any nou xinès, nosaltres, doncs, igual, el dia que es decretava l'estat d'alarma havíem d'inaugurar la quinzena metropolitana de la dansa, després va venir el dia de Sant Jordi i demà és dijous gras de Carnaval. Per tant, la vida continua, la vida va endavant i nosaltres l'hem de viure, aquesta vida. Aleshores, evidentment, i després ho explicarem, tota la feina que s'ha fet, però jo crec que començant a avançar, diguéssim, hem estat capaços de fer que el calendari continués avançant i que la participació fos la clau sobre la que giren els projectes culturals a la ciutat de Barcelona. I és bo veure que tots d'això n'hem estat molt conscients. A mi no m'agrada mirar aquesta situació tan terrible en termes d'oportunitats i en termes d'aprenentatge, però jo sí que poso en valor com amb això que ens ha succeït ens hem tots adonat de la importància que té la vida en comunitat, de la importància que té el viure el nostre calendari i de la importància que té també la cultura en les nostres vides. Hem demanat, hem exigit, hem reclamat cultura perquè necessitàvem l'experiència de vida compartida, necessitàvem sentir-nos a prop els uns als altres. Coneixem quines són les restriccions, sabem quines són les limitacions. Ens neguem a acceptar aquestes limitacions perquè som humans, evidentment, però sabem fer-les front reinventant noves maneres de la vida en comunitat. La manera en com la ciutat de Barcelona va celebrar el Sant Jordi, la Diada del Llibre de l'any passat, jo crec que va ser exemplar, perquè va mostrar una capacitat de, malgrat tot, aquí estem, i malgrat tot, aquí volem ser i volem participar. I jo crec que això és una cosa que ens l'emportarem. Jo crec que és una cosa que la guardarem i que molt del que vindrà després també es basarà en l'esperit de tot el que ara mateix estem vivint.
Bé, doncs m'agradaria fer una contribució més des del punt de vista del món d'on vinc jo, de la cultura popular festiva. Evidentment, em sumo als meus companys que l'afectació ha estat brutal, sobretot la cultura popular, que és la cultura de carrer, no és la cultura d'escenaris. La cultura popular es balla al carrer, a la plaça, entre la gent, i això, evidentment, no ha pogut ser. I, per tant, l'afectació està molt grossa. Sí que, si comparem amb altres sectors culturals, per exemple, el sector més de la indústria cultural, ha tingut una afectació molt gran a nivell econòmic perquè, evidentment, és un món professionalitzat i ha estat un desastre. En canvi, fent una mica la comparativa, en el món de la cultura popular, sí que és veritat que hi ha gent que hi treballa, s'hi dedica, però hi ha una gran massa. A Barcelona hi ha unes 117.000 persones activistes de la cultura popular que ho fan des de l'associacionisme, des del voluntariat, doncs tota aquesta gent, més que una afectació econòmica, ha estat una afectació d'estat d'ànim, una afectació psicològica. Penseu que la gent que ens agrada la festa ens agrada explicar que la vida és bàsicament aquest cicle que va girant i va tot el rato intercanviant moments no festius a moments festius. Ara fem festa, ara no fem festa. I així durant segles. De fet, la primera festa, la del Corpus, que fa 700 anys que celebrem a Barcelona, va ser la primera damnificada. Llavors, això afecta molt a la gent. És a dir, per exemple, jo que soc de Gràcia, la gent que ha estat tot l'any preparant els guarnits, quan veien que pràcticament no podrien fer guarnit, al final es van fer uns guarnits simbòlics, però tot el procés de preparació de la festa, que des del punt de vista més etnològic o antropològic és molt important, sempre abans de la festa, tota aquesta preparació, totes aquestes senyores grans que voldria destacar, que porten dècades i dècades fent allò mesos i mesos preparant el guarnit, clar, no l'havien de preparar el guarnit. Això era realment, com a comunitat, un impacte emocional molt fort, perquè el que dèiem, és la cultura d'una comunitat que celebra per reconèixer a ella mateixa com a comunitat. Ja ho vull separar una mica més del concepte espectacle. Si agafem això, una comunitat festiva que porta segles potser celebrar una festa, quan li diuen que no poden celebrar, és un impacte psicològic brutal. Però sí que també vull avançar, crec que la següent pregunta ho entrarem més a profunditat, és que l'impacte ha estat molt fort, però com sempre, la humanitat hem estat capaços d'adaptar-nos a la situació i hem trobat camins. Recordo la festa del Corpus, va ser la primera. Imagineu-vos, jo que estic en aquest rotllo, doncs vam estar allò preparant actes del Corpus, dels 700 anys del Corpus, i de sobte, ostres, què fem ara? Doncs sí, es van fer coses, es van fer sobretot activitat cultural, divulgativa, a través de les xarxes, sobretot actes simbòlics, que l'Àliga de Barcelona pogués ballar al claustre, era una cosa molt important, perquè és aquest símbol de manteniment de l'espelma, de la torxa de la festa segueix endavant. Doncs això va ser possible, però efectivament va ser molt dramàtic. Inclús va generar moltes tensions a les comunitats festives perquè hi havia gent que era partidari d'anul·lar la festa, hi havia gent que volia fer la festa i jo soc coneixedor de totes aquestes associacions que treballen de manera assembleària, van tindre intensos debats de discussió de què hem de fer. Ara hem de celebrar quan estem enterrant els nostres familiars, la vida segueix endavant, què hem de fer? I va generar, és a dir, tensió i un estat d'ànim baix. Però, evidentment, així som els seres humans, ens adaptem al que sigui i han sortit coses molt intel·ligents. A més, m'agradaria destacar que aquí vam anar molt de la mà a l'administració, o sigui, jo crec que l'ICUP aquest efecte de, escolta, hem de tirar endavant, però les entitats també. Les entitats volien i, de fet, arrossegaven l'administració. Hem de celebrar. Van haver-hi entitats que no van voler celebrar. Ho entenc i ho respecto. De fet, vaig analitzar que potser els col·lectius potser més febles o potser de festes que no tenen tanta solera o potser que hi ha algunes festes de barri que a vegades, comparades potser amb les de Gràcia, doncs són festes més justetes. Aquestes són les que més van anar caient, però les festes aquestes patrimonials van ser les que van tirar endavant. Però, evidentment, ho vam fer per un acte de militància, però tots amb una afectació emocional molt important.
Fantàstic, moltes gràcies a tots. Crec que una de les coses que han sortit aquí, les tres intervencions, ja des del punt de vista de les comunitats nouvingudes a la ciutat, com des del punt de vista de l'administració, inclús des del punt de vista de cultura popular de Barcelona, crec que hi ha un efecte que ens queda claríssim, que ens hem adaptat, hem sigut capaços d'adaptar-nos entre tots, hem sigut capaços de canviar el que creiem que calia per una mica això que deies, Guillem, al final, de no acceptar que les coses caiguin, volem seguir, la vida segueix endavant, deia l'Esteve, i això no deixa de ser una situació que esperem que tingui una data de caducitat, com deies, no, Gael? Per tant, jo crec que una de les coses que aquí m'agradaria subratllar també és un dels temes que estem veient en els resultats del projecte, és la voluntat social de qualsevol tipus de comunitat de no voler parar la festa o la festivitat. Llavors, la següent qüestió que ens plantejàvem era una mica l'heu anat introduint entre tots, però que creiem que és interessant analitzar-ho una mica més en profunditat. O sigui, quina ha estat la reacció exactament de totes aquestes comunitats i actors que normalment han participat de la festa, no, Gael? En un moment donat tu deies, no serà el mateix per una família que normalment participa en aquest nou xinès que just demà comença, normalment al carrer, que van a visitar, no estaran tots enganxats a la pantalla. Quina ha estat aquesta reacció? Vosaltres que els teniu de prop, com creieu que han experimentat això i sobretot com creieu que ho han viscut? Esteve, si vols seguir tu en aquest cas, com ho heu vist des de l'administració o com creieu que els actors, tant els participants com els organitzadors, han viscut aquesta situació que hem viscut fins ara?
Primer, s'ha viscut amb un voluntarisme i amb unes ganes de tirar endavant molt forta. I això crec que és encomiable, és l'esperit del qual parlava abans. Ara el Guillem parlava del compromís de l'administració, del compromís de les entitats, del compromís dels organitzadors per voler tirar endavant. Nosaltres sí que vàrem tenir molt clar des del principi, des del minut zero, que no podíem cancel·lar res, que res no havia de caure. Ens havíem d'adaptar, ens havíem de reinventar, però que no ens podíem permetre el fet d'haver de cancel·lar els esdeveniments. En primer lloc, doncs perquè no podem perdre la inèrcia, no podem perdre el sentit del que estem fent. I si deixem de fer una cosa, doncs estem donant el missatge que allò és prescindible, que allò podria no tenir lloc. I crec que és una cosa que no ens la podem permetre. Si ens creiem i ens ho creiem que la cultura és essencial, la cultura no pot ser cancel·lada. Reprogramem, ens adaptem, el que faci falta, però no cancel·lem. En segon lloc, jo crec que no podem perdre en cap moment la presencialitat. Només hem perdut la presencialitat quan això ha estat obligat. El confinament domiciliari o en aquests moments les restriccions que hi ha sobre els actes de cultura popular a la ciutat de Barcelona i a tot el territori català. Però no podem substituir la presencialitat, no? Ara ho deia la Gael també, és a dir, l'experiència presencial és insubstituïble. Hi ha un tercer element que per nosaltres és molt important, que és el factor econòmic que hi ha al darrere. És cert el que deia el Guillem, que hi ha una cultura de l'espectacle, hi ha una cultura més de caire popular, on hi ha molt de voluntariat. Però no ens enganyem, sempre darrere de tot això hi ha tècnics, hi ha producció, hi ha molta gent que està vivint d'aquesta organització. I deixar caure aquest sistema tècnic, aquest sistema de producció, és una responsabilitat que l'administració no ha de permetre. I per això també la voluntat de tirar endavant és també la de sostenir el teixit econòmic que hi ha al darrere. Com ho hem viscut també els organitzadors? Nosaltres, des de l'ICUB, des de l'Institut de Cultura de Barcelona, és cert que hem tingut la proximitat dels tècnics de l'Agència de Salut Pública de Barcelona, de la Direcció de Protecció Civil. Per tant, si voleu, tenim el Procicat molt a prop, tenim un diàleg molt fluid amb les autoritats sanitàries i de protecció civil. Aleshores, el que sí que vam fer des d'un primer moment és tot allò que nosaltres anàvem integrant, totes les indicacions que des d'un primer moment anàvem tenint, difondre-les, donar-les a conèixer. 2 setmanes després de l'estat d'alarma, nosaltres ja publicàvem els criteris per a l'organització d'esdeveniments culturals. Era important donar a conèixer la manera com estàvem treballant nosaltres, com estàvem adaptant, què es podia fer i traspassar-ho ràpidament, compartir-ho, perquè no només nosaltres, sinó tothom, comencés a aprendre què vol dir perimetrar, què vol dir aforar un espai, què vol dir mantenir les distàncies, què són les entrades, les sortides, totes les indicacions que anàvem tenint, vàrem escriure-les en un document de criteris per donar-ho a conèixer i fer possible això, el que estàvem dient, tirar endavant, donar els criteris de com es poden tirar endavant aquests esdeveniments. Lògicament, al costat de tot això, ha anat apareixent el món del virtual, el món de l'streaming, el món de les pantalles, del qual ara ja n'estem tan farts i cansats, i nosaltres ho hem acompanyat. Però res ha de substituir la presencialitat. I la vivència emocional de la cultura només és possible a través de l'experiència presencial.
Bé, ara m'agradaria començar a explicar-vos una vivència que vaig tenir ja fa uns anys, una mica perquè veieu com la reacció normal de la gent. Jo recordo que fa uns anys vaig anar a Biar, allà al País Valencià, a la festa de moros i cristians. Una cosa espectacular, és a dir, un poble de 3.000 habitants que 1.500 habitants desfilen i 1.500 fan de públic. Clar, allà els nens quan neixen ja els fan desfilar, els porten en braços i desfilen. I clar, la gent desfila fins que és tan gran que no pot caminar i ells no poden desfilar. I vaig veure una imatge d'uns que desfilaven, un bàndol, i van anar a saludar a un home molt gran que no podia desfilar. Aquell home no parava de plorar perquè no podia desfilar. Això és molt bèstia, és que és negar-li la vida a una persona, no poder celebrar. Per tant, igual que vam adaptar la nostra vida, és a dir, com ho vam fer, la vida festiva, que és la vida, va haver-hi aquesta reacció tan forta. Sobretot, m'agradaria destacar els primers moments. Aquest mes de març, abril, que encara l'administració no havia mogut fitxa, però ja hi havia iniciatives digitals increïbles. Jo recordo a la Sagrera ja van fer les primeres festes digitals de primavera, quan encara aquest concepte quasi no es parlava a l'administració, però ho van fer. O al carrer Rubió d'Ors, allà a Guinardó, que va ser... Si feien continguts digitals, però com que eren veïns d'un carrer, feien projecció de cine a una pantalla al d'allò, decoraven els balcons, parlaven... Va ser una experiència brutal. Estic parlant del mes d'abril en pandèmia absoluta. Evidentment, l'administració una mica, evidentment, la maquinària va anar-se movent i ja van fer el que estava comentant l'Esteve, van fer un contacte. Jo recordo de parlar amb alguns tècnics a l'ECUP i compartir reflexions i aquesta premissa, no anul·lem, no posposem. Les festes es celebren en moments concrets del temps. Jo no m'imagino celebrant la Festa Major de Gràcia a l'octubre. La Festa Major és per la Mare de Déu d'agost, el 15 d'agost, ha de fer calor, humitat, i o la fem aquí o no la fem. Per tant, no podem tirar endavant les festes. Les hem de celebrar quan toca. El calendari festiu ens obliga. Llavors, quan va haver aquesta voluntat, llavors ja va començar tot. Recordo el corpus, que va ser impactant, perquè tant preparar el corpus i al final bajón total, però vam aconseguir. Evidentment, va haver una reacció de gent que ells deien no estem celebrant, perquè ells assumien com si no faig el mateix que cada any, no celebro. Jo respecto l'opinió, però potser si feies un exercici, al final hem d'entendre que el fet de celebrar és un acte també intern, mental, és un estat mental. Escolta, estem celebrant aquesta festivitat, ho puc fer-ho des de casa, connectat online, truco a la gent, guarneixo el balcó, tot això entenc que hi ha reaccions diferents. Per tant, va haver-hi una mica d'aquests dos bàndols, la gent que anul·lava, posposava, es rendia, i la gent que, com aquest de Biar, aquesta persona que és que no podia viure sense desfilar, doncs hi havia gent que no podia viure sense celebrar. Jo recordo el cartell de Festa Major de Gràcia, que sempre cada any es presenta i és un acte brutal perquè comença la festa i tots, ho vam fer-ho digitalment. Però jo recordo d'estar allà en el YouTube, i hi havia un xat i la gent deia tonteries pel xat i jo em vaig sentir una mica com, ostres, estic compartint amb gent sobre el cartell i en aquell moment em vaig sentir una mica comunitat digital. Sí, no m'agrada, però prefereixo això que res. I en aquell moment, tots aquests primers mesos van ser molt especials. Evidentment, ara estem en una fase de cansament, perquè això va pujant, va baixant, comencem a fer actes al carrer, però hem de seguir una mica virtual i estem una mica derrotats. Però aquesta primera resposta, aquests primers mesos que eren excepcionals, no? Perquè ens va canviar la vida, mai ens haguéssim imaginat, no? Estar tot el dia a casa, va ser una resposta sensacional que realment, potser al següent pregunta ho parlarem, però uns aprenentatges brutals que hi ha moltes coses que es quedaran per endavant segur.
Bueno, creo que me toca a mí. Bueno, primero, lo que acabas de decir, Guillem, lo de celebrar fiestas, que el calendario de festivo no cambia, no va a cambiar, la fiesta se tiene que celebrar en algún momento, y el hecho de no cancelar actos, como no me acuerdo quién lo ha dicho de vosotros dos, es un acto de resistencia. Y es un acto, una decisión política también, bueno, de una actitud política de cada uno de las asociaciones y de las entidades públicas. También quería mencionar, sí, sobre lo que dijo Esteba, que mucha gente vive de la cultura y de los eventos, de los eventos culturales. Es cierto, no es que nos hemos dado cuenta, pero quizás el gran público cree que ve la fiesta aquí, que alguien canta su canción y lo puede disfrutar, pero bueno, todo el mundo se ha dado cuenta que también necesitan apoyo como a los autónomos, necesitan, si se cancelan actividades, necesitan apoyo económico también, y también en las fiestas populares. Puede ser que la calle se llene de miembros de asociaciones o grupos folclóricos o grupos de cultura popular, pero hay toda una maquinaria detrás que vive de todos los escenarios, los técnicos, y hasta me decía, bueno, tengo de mi familia gente que son artistas en Francia que habían apoyado mucho a los artistas y a las salas, pero se habían olvidado en el mareo de toda la gente implicada en la industria cultural, a todos los niveles, los transportistas especializados en artes escénicas, en espectáculos. Y ellos no habían recibido ninguna compensación a todas las cancelaciones o eventos pospuestos. Entonces, bueno, la adaptación de los eventos que ha supuesto para grupos, comunidades y actores. Bueno, también es importante ser conscientes, sí, como lo hemos dicho, que nada puede sustituir la presencialidad. Por ejemplo, en Casa Asia tenemos este proyecto que es una coral asiática, y hace unos días el director musical me comentaba, hay un riesgo con los ensayos online y lo de quedar online. Ya para empezar es casi imposible ensayar online con un grupo coral. Pero el riesgo es de acostumbrarse a esta situación, y no hay que olvidar que la finalidad del coro es encontrarse físicamente en un espacio y cantar en la calle. Entonces esto, a ver si la situación se mejora lo antes posible para que no haya este riesgo también de acostumbrarse en esta situación de separación con la calle. Hemos visto también, es verdad, muchas pequeñas iniciativas o grandes iniciativas de músicos que han cantado en tejados, en balcones, o he visto en otros sitios también en la calle, para la gente de la calle, para los balcones, y todo esto también ha sido bonito. Bueno, en las tres categorías de acciones que se han podido hacer, era aplazar actos, cancelarlos o transformarlos, pero obviamente, como comentaba Esteba, la necesidad emocional y también, como comentaba Guillem, la necesidad social de organizar estos eventos, porque no deja de ser que los eventos de cultura popular y de cultura son espacios de encuentro que hemos perdido. Después es cierto, en algún momento puntual hemos encontrado este espíritu de comunidad con chats de algunos eventos. Bueno, en mi caso más a nivel internacional, todo el mundo se presenta, yo estoy en la India, yo estoy en Singapur, y bueno, está, qué chulo y qué interesante. Pero bueno, son espacios de encuentros físicos que hemos perdido. Y también cuando entras para una actuación y que tienes que estar a 2 metros de otra persona, tampoco el encuentro es ideal. Entonces sí que tiene que esto no es para algo perenne, es algo que se tiene que acabar. Entonces, bueno, por una parte que los actores, artistas y toda la maquinaria de las artes escénicas o la cultura popular también son profesionales que cuando se cancelan sus actos necesitan, bueno, a nivel económico compensarlo, y a nivel de comunidades, por ejemplo, las comunidades asiáticas u otras que también celebran fiestas en la calle, como comentaba en el caso de la cultura popular, para mí es parecido, se han quedado completamente invisibilizados. Porque una cosa es organizar un concierto, controlar al público, pero los eventos de calle con un público masivo ya no. Bueno, esto va a tardar un poco en volver a organizarse. Entonces, hay unas comunidades, unos colectivos que ellos mismos han decidido cancelar actos o no organizarlos o no reemplazar los actos por algo presencial, pero de petit comité, porque no es el espíritu, y también han tenido en alguna ocasión miedo de generar brotes. Yo me acuerdo en las conversaciones sobre la cancelación del Año Nuevo Chino, que vino a petición de las entidades chinas que participaban, tenían miedo de ser al origen de brotes, y entonces por prudencia y también por responsabilidad, bueno, hay que ser un poco valiente o no sé, para organizar un acto. Hay que saber que bueno, hay que tomar las medidas. También se ha demostrado en algunas experiencias donde se habían hecho test antes de ir en la sala Apolo, por ejemplo, y al final no ha pasado nada. Bueno, muchas de estas entidades, última frase, en lugar de organizar actos para seguir implicados y participativos con la sociedad, en lugar de organizar actos culturales, estos colectivos han organizado acciones de solidaridad. Por ejemplo, hay asociaciones de Filipinas, de la India, que se han puesto a distribuir alimentación o dar apoyo un poco a nivel social para seguir visibilizados y participativos de la sociedad. Bueno, ya seguimos con la tercera pregunta.
Sí. Moltes gràcies, Gael, moltes gràcies. No, la veritat, jo crec que hi ha diversos aspectes que em quedo de les vostres intervencions. Esteve, tu deies, si no ens creiem que la cultura és essencial, no la podem cancel·lar, no? El mateix que comentava el Guillem en el seu moment, són parts de vida, un moment del teu calendari, és aquest cicle que moltes vegades comencem amb aquesta festa i acabem amb aquesta festa, ja no són cicles anys naturals, sinó són cicles de festa en festa, i el que deies, Gael, la resistència que ha suposat això, com els espais que han hagut de canviar, però que han hagut d'existir perquè sigui un tipus de resistència perquè aquest tipus d'activitats existeixin. Llavors, si hem de ser valents, com deies, Gael, si hem de seguir tirant aquesta festa, hem d'establir paràmetres des de l'administració perquè pugui seguir, perquè aquesta presencialitat sigui existent, la necessitat que la cultura popular té, i cultura diversa, diversitat, etc. La següent pregunta ens aporta a pensar que, sense voler fer previsions, com creiem que aquests actors, participants, públics, comunitats, col·lectius, viuran aquesta recuperació. O sigui, haurem de parlar de recuperació, haurem de parlar de reinvenció, sigui quan sigui, d'allò que fèiem abans, o que ens haurem de reinventar, quins aspectes podran seguir, quins aspectes seran nous. O sigui, què creiem que aquests actors i aquestes comunitats viuran en temes de recuperació o reinvenció? Guillem, si et sembla, comencem amb tu ara.
Home, a mi m'agradaria sumar, és a dir, quan marxi la pandèmia, m'agradaria recuperar tot el que no hem pogut fer, però afegir-li aquests aprenentatges i noves idees. Jo, per exemple, m'agradaria ficar un exemple que vam fer per la Festa Major de Gràcia, vam fer una cosa que es deia matinades des del cel. Les matinades, que és aquest toc de gralla que a les 8 del matí o a les 7, a Sitges ho fan a les 6 del matí, que és el moment que es desperta els veïns per dir que comença la festa major. Això, doncs, prohibit perquè és un acte al carrer, que no és un lloc acotat, per tant, aquesta itinerància prohibida. Doncs què vam fer? Escolta, vam tocar des dels campanars de la Vila de Gràcia. De fet, una activitat que hem de reconèixer que ja Reus i Vilanova ja van fer per les seves festes, que són abans que la de Gràcia, doncs vam agafar aquests campanars i vam tocar matinades a dalt. Jo recordo que vaig tocar, a més, amb l'amic Jordi Fàbregas, al Cel Sigui, vam estar tocant i jo recordo d'arribem allà al campanar i amb aquella frescura i vam dir, hòstia, ja només per això ha valgut la pena. I vam començar a tocar, la gent va sortir dels balcons, ostres, quina joia. Aquesta cosa, quan no tinguem pandèmia, la podem incorporar al calendari festiu. Aquesta matinada que la podem fer al carrer, però també des dels campanars. És que, de fet, a l'edat mitja ja es feia. Era molt habitual els músics tocar des dels campanars perquè tothom ho escoltés. Per tant, aquesta activitat jo la veig perfectament compatible amb una festa major sense pandèmia. Evidentment, tota la part digital hi seguirà. És a dir, l'altre dia es va fer el Congrés de Música d'Arrel Tradicional, tot virtual, 200 persones inscrites i tots allà escoltant. Estic segur que si s'hagués fet presencial no hagués vingut tanta gent. Per tant, jo crec que els actes, a partir d'ara, a determinats actes, segurament, a part de la presència necessària i vital, hi haurà aquest streaming tan senzill de fer, tan econòmic, que pots fer-ho molt bé, però també el pots fer-ho molt senzill, amb un mòbil, fas un Facebook per qui vulguis, un Facebook Live. Per tant, això seguirà com a eina de difusió i per arribar a més gent. No sé, una persona que viu lluny, una persona que no es pot desplaçar. Tot això ho veiem com impossible abans de la festa. I, de fet, les eines existien. A l'Skype fa anys que existeix, però de sobte, quan vam veure la necessitat, vam utilitzar-ho. Per tant, tota aquesta tecnologia la tindrem. No sé, ara sé que, per exemple, que per Sant Antoni s'ha fet un joc digital de Sant Antoni. Ostres, ho trobo genial. Quan no estiguem en pandèmia, podem seguir fent jocs digitals. També s'aposta per, ara hi ha uns retallables per Santa Eulàlia de gegants retallables, que ho fa l'Ajuntament. Escolta, endavant, no? Sumem, agafem aprenentatges i si un dia tornem a tindre, malauradament, una pandèmia, que no ho sé, esperem que no, ja tindrem aquests aprenentatges. Per tant, jo el que proposo és sumar. És veritat que potser hi havia entitats que estaven molt febles i potser haurà estat el toc de mort, això, perquè passa, Potser són entitats que desapareixerien en 5 anys, però aquest fet ha catalitzat la seva desaparició i és una pena. Però la vida és així. A vegades hi ha entitats que es desfan, entitats que es creen. Al final tot depèn de la voluntat dels seus membres participants.
Vale, me toca a mí, perdón. Vale, entonces, bueno, las previsiones son complicadas porque hemos visto desde el inicio de la pandemia que tenía que durar 3 meses y ahora, bueno, 6, 8, 1 año y ahora no sabemos si mañana se acabará. Entonces, esto es complicado, pero bueno, cuando ya habrá acabado todo, no sé si esto puede durar un poco, a lo mejor seguiremos con algunas medidas y con algo de miedo que cierta parte del público podría tener, habrá que perderlo, pero bueno, yo creo que cuando acabará todo será una gran fiesta. Lo escribí en catalán aquí, una gran fiesta. Bueno, por fin recuperar, como comentó Guillem, recuperar todo lo que no se ha podido hacer, porque ya lo hemos dicho, que no se podrá reemplazar lo presencial, sobre todo a nivel, como las preguntas iban un poco en ese sentido, también a nivel de impacto social. Obviamente también se ha visto que esta pandemia, bueno, tiene sus características globalizadoras y entonces sí que, como dice Guillem, la idea es recuperar y como nos ha transformado a todos como personas y como ciudad y como tejido social, sería sumar lo interesante que hemos podido encontrar antes. Es cierto que los eventos culturales son muy locales, que aparte si hay músicos que vienen de fuera, vale, pero el público es muy local. Es complicado para alguien de la otra punta de Cataluña venir a, bueno, participar en una fiesta aquí. Sí que se hace, pero bueno, o a nivel más geográficamente más amplio. Entonces lo online ha permitido un poco llegar a estos espacios, estos sitios donde no llegábamos antes. Esto yo creo que es interesante y también nos ha permitido descubrir cosas que no conocíamos, porque todo, bueno, hay un punto de facilidad que no podemos perder. Yo creo que el evento ideal a nivel artístico podría ser en un escenario, en un teatro, con su público, y una retransmisión en streaming para no perder el impacto más, bueno, geográficamente más amplio que hemos empezado a tener. Y también yo creo que con la pandemia, y esto seguirá, hemos reflexionado mucho. Hemos reflexionado mucho y debatido mucho con otras personas, entre artistas, entre actores implicados en las políticas públicas o políticas culturales, etcétera. Y esto yo creo que va a seguir porque es muy interesante poder... Casa Asia obviamente tenemos esta dimensión obligatoriamente internacional y para nosotros multiplicar los debates con personas que están en Asia aquí o personas de la sociedad civil en todos los ámbitos es una ventaja. En lo que va de eventos culturales callejeros con público masivo, esto yo creo que la gente lo va a necesitar. Habrá que ver cómo van, no sé, las vacunas o la inmunidad colectiva, pero supongo que es una condición sine qua non a lo de recuperar estos eventos. Y bueno, yo por el momento yo creo que ya està.
Molt bé. A veure, no descobreixo res si dic que la nova normalitat no tindrà res de normal. Això ja ho sabem. Res tornarà a ser com era. Ho deia al principi, vull dir, l'impacte humà, l'impacte emocional que hem viscut ha estat tan fort, és tan fort encara, que és impossible tornar al punt de partida i dir, ops, aquí no ha passat res. Han passat moltes coses, moltíssimes coses, molt més greus del que ara encara tenim la dimensió per mirar i observar. El cop ha estat duríssim i trigarem temps a entendre-ho i assumir-ho. Jo ho he dit també, no? No m'agrada mirar aquesta crisi. Això és una crisi en termes d'aprenentatge. Ho dèiem l'altre dia quan acabàvem un festival que estàvem organitzant al BC Negre i que l'hem fet tot en streaming, amb un esforç sobrehumà de tot l'equip. Dèiem, estem ja cansats d'aprendre. Estem aprenent tantes coses que estem fins i tot ja cansats d'aprendre. Hi ha fatiga en la feina, en la nostra rutina. Però sí que hi ha una cosa que jo entenc que és interessant. Hi ha una frase que és terrible per totes les coses, per tots els aspectes de la nostra. Això sempre s'ha fet així. És humà, però això sempre s'ha fet així. L'hem utilitzat masses vegades, i no em sap greu dir-ho, no? És lògic que en el món de la cultura més patrimonial, que està molt protocolitzada i que hi ha una lògica de preservació, això sempre s'ha fet així, ha estat una inèrcia molt dolenta. No, ara ja no. Ara ja no sempre s'ha fet així. Això ja ha canviat. Això sí que ha canviat. Això és el que ha canviat. Ja no podrem dir que això sempre s'havia fet així, perquè hi va haver-hi un any que vam tenir una crisi i que allò no es va fer així i es va fer d'una altra manera. I això ens ha canviat. I això ho farà tot diferent. Ningú més podrà dir mai més això sempre s'ha fet així, perquè s'ha demostrat que es podia fer, podíem tirar-ho endavant fent-ho d'una altra manera. És lògic que recuperarem la vida social, que recuperarem la presencialitat, que recuperarem els carrers. Volem recuperar els carrers. I això ha de passar. Però hi ha coses que quedaran. Ho deien el Guillem i la Gael, no? El fet digital, el fet audiovisual quedarà. L'audiovisual et permet arribar molt més enllà, molt més lluny del que tu estàs fent. Però alerta, és un mitjà car, és un mitjà complex i difícil que ha de ser dominat. Les arts escèniques, les arts de carrer, no viuen, necessiten d'una realització audiovisual, necessiten d'un producte audiovisual ben fet per ser gaudit de manera completa. Un producte audiovisual necessita també que hi hagi una remuneració dels drets. En temes de cessió de drets, en temes de drets audiovisuals, estem molt enrere, molt enrere. Ja va haver-hi aquest debat al principi de la difusió massiva i gratuïta a través de les xarxes. Alerta, fa falta una reflexió. No ho podem deixar tot en mans dels Facebooks, Googles de sempre. Tenim molts aliats, tenim les televisions locals, tenim les ràdios, no les oblidem. Hi ha molts mitjans que podem utilitzar i hem de saber utilitzar per arribar més enllà. Però hem de ser conscients que hi ha d'haver-hi una reflexió, hi ha d'haver-hi un bon producte. L'streaming és un producte curt, és un fast food de la cultura. Són 5 minuts, fora i me'n vaig. I canvio la pantalla i me'n vaig a un altre lloc. Una experiència cultural, emocionalment plena, necessita d'una realització, necessita d'un tractament molt ben fet. Hi ha més coses que jo crec que queden, ho estaven dient també, tot el que és la proximitat, la descentralització, l'experiència directa. Això s'ha posat en valor. Nosaltres ho hem vist quan hem organitzat un pilot musical més descentralitzat a tots els barris de la ciutat. El fet que la gent podia viure la festa de la Mercè a casa seva. Això és bo, això és molt important. I segurament hi ha altres elements, com per exemple el de la reserva prèvia, que no ens la podem imaginar com una cosa que continuarà sempre, però en segons quins espectacles sí que és una manera de regular l'accés i de viure amb major qualitat d'espectador segons quins espectacles. Segons quines aglomeracions, segons quines coses no permeten viure bé aquell espectacle. Ara, això sí, a mi em costa molt d'imaginar un futur proper amb grans aglomeracions, amb grans masses de gent per viure l'experiència cultural. Jo crec que això trigarem a viure-ho.
Sí, totalment d'acord amb vosaltres. Tardarem a viure el que havíem viscut fins ara i estic totalment d'acord amb la vostra idea de que el que vam tenir no serà igual tant per l'aprenentatge que en podem fer com per la innovació que en podem treure. És a dir, jo en aquest sentit sí que m'agrada ser una mica positivista i pensar que ens ha tocat viure aquesta crisi, que han passat coses molt greus, però que d'això n'hem tingut una experiència que ens aportarà coses futures. Tots vosaltres ho heu dit, la virtualitat és un element que existia, Guillem, tu has dit, existia, no el fèiem servir i que l'haurem de posar dintre de la motxilla que ens emportarem més endavant. També tens raó, Esteve, no és una eina fàcil, no és una eina gratuïta, té uns certs costos i, a més, té problemes d'accessibilitat. No tothom, no la mateixa gent que pot arribar al carrer, que pot arribar a participar d'una manera fàcil i directa, té accés a través d'aquestes eines. Per tant, això n'hem de ser tots molt conscients de cara a pensar què passarà d'aquí en futur. Per tant, temes d'aprenentatges ens el podem emportar. Crec que el tema de la virtualitat està claríssim, però també altres aspectes. No només hem utilitzat espais virtuals i simbòlics, n'hem creat de físics. Nosaltres amb el projecte ho hem vist. Tu comentaves, Gael, des dels balcons, des de les terrasses, vosaltres des dels campanars, Guillem. O sigui, hem buscat altres espais que fes possible aquesta participació, sigui comunitària, sigui individual, sigui en grups bombolla. I jo crec que això sí que és un dels aspectes que ens podrem portar d'aquí en endavant. Però bé, no em vull allargar més. Tenim certes persones que estan participant en el xat del YouTube i, si us sembla, obriria l'espai a les preguntes d'aquests participants que estan participant en el xat del YouTube. Per tant, jo m'agradaria primer començar amb una pregunta que fa una companya nostra. Crec que és una pregunta que va dirigida a tots i m'agradaria que la poguéssiu valorar entre tots també. La nostra companya Maite Puigdevall, professora de la Universitat Oberta de Catalunya, ens pregunta quina exactament serà la petjada aquesta que pot deixar, aquestes experiències que tinguem. Ho hem vist, aquesta certa virtualitat, però ella s'enfoca més en el tema dels lideratges, els lideratges socials. Quins creieu que han sortit o han sorgit de les comunitats, dels grups, dels organitzadors, que ens aportin alguna cosa que pugui anar més enllà? O sigui, quins han sigut els líders, què ens han aportat i quins són els aspectes que ens podrem emportar més endavant? No sé si, per exemple, Guillem, tu tens alguna idea de quins han estat aquests lideratges socials que potser ens els podem emportar més enllà dels espais, més enllà d'aquests espais virtuals o físics, que després podem fer la ronda Esteve i Gael. Guillem, com ho veus, això?
Bé, de fet, ja ho havia comentat. Jo, per mi, una part del lideratge important, almenys en el meu àmbit festiu, estan les pròpies entitats, qui elles internament han debatut i en gran part han decidit tirar endavant i elles mateixes ho han liderat. La gent s'ha espavilat i les pròpies juntes directives d'associacions i els seus socis s'han espavilat, però com mai vist. Vull dir, és més, jo crec que quasi que l'administració ho ha vist i ho ha seguit, perquè les associacions són molt ràpides de reaccionar i jo crec que, a veure, és una hipòtesi, que ho han vist que funciona i si això va a l'administració, que evidentment sempre és més lenta en el fet de... Són estructures més grans, però les entitats ràpid i els lideratges han estat forts i la gent ha après molt ràpid. Sí que és veritat el que deies tu, que potser hi ha públics, potser de gent més gran, que pot generar-se aquesta bretxa digital que dèiem, però en definitiva tothom té un mòbil. Fixeu-vos que en mòbil tothom en té. Per tant, potser no podré fer grans coses, però visualitzar coses, el mòbil, actualment, jo no conec ningú que no tingui mòbil, però sí que és veritat que a nivell de participar pot ser complicat. Però bé, jo simplement crec que ha fet que hi hagi entitats que s'han empoderat i segueixen endavant. I també ho he dit, algunes altres potser seran vist afectades. M'agradaria destacar els castellers. Això sí que no sabem què passarà, perquè, clar, penseu que els castellers, ells venen d'assajar 3 cops a la setmana, són grups socials de 200-300 persones amb una vida... Una cosa és anar celebrant un cop a l'any, però ells estan tot l'any assajant 3 cops a la setmana i és com una gran família. I ells sí que per temes clars i físics la seva activitat ha estat vetada totalment. No sé com anirà. Jo crec que vull esperar que les colles tirin endavant, però potser hi haurà alguna colla que ho està passant malament i això haurà generat potser, ojalà sigui un reforç cap a dalt, però algunes potser cauran. No ho sé, esperem que no. Però la gent que ho ha entomat bé, el lideratge, doncs endavant. Vull dir, és un aprenentatge molt fort que jo crec que ha fet les entitats més fortes.
No sé si Gael o Esteve voleu portar alguna cosa més.
Bueno, Esteve, yo solo quería decirse que por un lado, a 2 niveles, un comentario. Ha democratizado un poco estos eventos culturales porque es casi inaccesible para un artista, una compañía o una pequeña asociación montarse su escenario, los técnicos, etcétera, pero una webcam y hacer algo no con la calidad que mencionaba Esteve, obviamente, detrás, o dar un curso. No hace falta estar contratado por una entidad pública o privada que tiene, te puedes montar tu curso, tu taller, tu concierto. Ya hemos visto muchos artistas que han difundido sus conciertos, obviamente, no sé, en medios económicos, supongo que no, era para difusión. Con un ordenador esto es más fácil. Entonces, no sé si se habla de liderazgo. Yo creo que se ha movido en este sentido. Y yo creo que también se ha visto la necesidad de crear más de sinergias Después, bueno, si las entidades, los actores públicos, privados, asociativos se unen, bueno, nosotros hemos tenido muchísimos proyectos con más sinergias y más coorganizaciones entre todos para unir estos factores de todo lo que se necesitaba para hacer algo un poco, para apoyar también las artes escénicas, etcétera. Bueno, es que alguien solo no va a poder cobrar de su público ahí, entonces no sé si se puede hablar de liderazgo, pero sí que creo que ha provocado más oportunidades para sinergias y colaboraciones a un mismo nivel. Entidades públicas, asociativas o persones de la societat civil, artistes.
Jo estic molt d'acord amb el que diu la Gael. A mi em costa pensar en termes de lideratges. Jo penso en el que deia al principi, jo penso en un compromís compartit i col·lectiu. Vull dir, aquí hi ha hagut un compromís i un gran consens molt gran sobre que això havia de tirar endavant. Tots tenim al cap els nostres referents i qui ho ha portat endavant. Jo me'n recordo perfectament el mes d'abril tancats a casa quan ja teníem el festival grec preparat per ser presentat i estàvem discutint, doncs i ara què fem, ara com no fem, Avinyó cancela, tirem endavant, Edimburg cancela, no hi haurà Jocs Olímpics, hem de tirar endavant, fem-ho, adaptem-nos, però tenim una incògnita i la gent com respondrà a tot això quan inaugurem. Clar, el dia que posem les entrades a la venda i s'exhaureixen, en 3 dies, dius, uau, ostres, aquí hi havia una necessitat molt forta d'experiència cultural i hem connectat amb això i jo crec que el Festival d'Estiu de Barcelona, el grec, va ser un exemple de com vam connectar amb el sentiment de la ciutat i com la manera com ho estava vivint. Però jo crec que més d'aquesta manera col·lectiva. I sí, efectivament, a mi em preocupa molt el tema de l'accés, moltíssim, moltíssim. Jo crec que l'experiència del carrer el que té és això que tu deies, Alba, aquest fet tan obert, aquesta crida a participar qui vulgui, com vulgui i en el moment que vulgui. I haver de passar a través d'una pantalla, haver de passar a través d'un telèfon mòbil, d'una reserva prèvia, ens limita. Jo ho he vist amb l'experiència d'aquests Nadals, amb l'experiència de Reis. Nosaltres estem acostumats a organitzar la cavalcada de Barcelona, que és l'espectacle d'arts de carrer més gran que es fa a Catalunya i a tot l'Estat cada any, i com la gent s'hi acosta i gent del barri, de tots els barris per on passa, baixa i ho veu, i gent que hi creu i gent que no hi creu. Però l'experiència que hem viscut en el fòrum ha estat molt reeixida, però ens n'adonaven que el perfil de gent que venia, el perfil de gent que s'acostava, no era transversal, no era tothom. Nosaltres hem organitzat la Mercè i hem fet actes de cultura popular a la Mercè amb reserva prèvia i hem vist com es feien aquestes reserves prèvies i com venia. I jo crec que no podem dir que hi va anar tothom de la mateixa manera. I a mi em preocupa aquest fet. Ho resoldrem perquè la presencialitat la recuperarem i tornarem als carrers. Però hem d'assegurar això, que si fem coses virtualment, doncs l'accessibilitat ha de ser molt àmplia i ara mateix no la tenim garantida, jo crec.
Sí.
Sí, Gael, digue.
Sí, solo una frase muy corta porque me ha hecho pensar. Bueno, no hablamos de liderazgo, pero no deja de ser, hay un factor muy importante y es que aquí es uno de los pocos sitios en Europa donde todavía están abiertos los teatros y los cines. Yo sé que, por ejemplo, en Francia, que estoy conectada con este país, están cerrados desde hace meses. Pueden ensayar las compañías, pero está cerrado. Entonces, en lo de mantener, aguantar, seguir, de todo el tejido organizativo y artístico, cultura popular, todo, dependemos y depende de las normas y de las reglas que se toman y lo de también abrir las librerías. En pocos países se han dejado abiertas. Bueno, todo esto dependemos de políticas públicas, no hay que relacionadas directamente con salud y pandemia y política. Que esto no hay que, bueno, el liderazgo, no sé si no es liderazgo, pero es la llave, ¿no? Para hacer eventos en la calle, son las políticas públicas, locales o no, que van a abrir la llave para poder hacerlas, que no se pueden organizar mañana, ya está.
Sí, no, jo crec que totalment d'acord, Gael. No serà fàcil accedir una altra vegada a aquests carrers. Jo estic segura que l'Esteve estarà d'acord amb mi que a l'administració pública ja li agradaria tornar a obrir els carrers, tornar a posar a disposició aquest espai públic que tothom està desitjant, perquè, seguint amb el que també deia l'Esteve, que tothom tingués accés. Jo el que comentaves, Esteve, crec que la nit de Reis va ser excepcional, va ser diferent, no va poder arribar-hi tothom i això hem de ser molt conscients i soc molt crítica en aquest sentit, però també és veritat que m'agrada veure el seu punt àgil de tot el que es va poder fer, aquesta retransmissió en directe a través dels canals públics. Això va ser excepcional. Vam crear un espai simbòlic comunitari on moltes persones, molts nens, creaven aquesta il·lusió, aquest simbolisme d'aquesta nit de Reis que no volíem deixar perdre, insistint en el que sempre has dit, Guillem, de no s'han de cancel·lar segons quin tipus de festes populars, i aquesta també n'era una. Però anant una mica més enllà, tenim alguna altra pregunta que crec que també pot ser interessant debatre i va una mica vinculada amb això que estàvem dient ara. La formula Jordi Oliva i comenta això, s'ha parlat molt d'aquesta inèrcia que portàvem, que no es pot perdre tot el que teníem, que hem de recuperar, però ell es pregunta, realment, tota aquesta inèrcia que teníem venia lligada a un tipus de consum, a un tipus de viatges, pernoctacions, i es pregunta temes de sostenibilitat social, sostenibilitat medioambiental que portàvem. Llavors, ell pregunta, és sostenible pels espais i les persones seguir amb un nivell de massificació d'esdeveniments que teníem dintre de la ciutat de Barcelona i hem de seguir amb aquesta inèrcia o hem de poder frenar d'alguna manera el que estàvem fent, replantejar-nos-ho, pensar-ho i iniciar-ho d'una altra manera? No sé com ho veieu això, si això ens pot ajudar.
Sí, jo crec que, ja ho he dit, res tornarà a ser el que era, i per tant, evidentment que ens ho hem de repensar. I també ho he dit que a mi em costa imaginar en els propers temps recuperar els nivells d'actes massius que es venien realitzant. La imatge de segons quins festivals amb tanta i tanta gent, a mi ara mateix se'm fa difícil pensar que es poden repetir. No hem de perdre en cap moment la mobilitat internacional d'artistes. Això és fonamental. Això és fonamental. I jo soc molt partidari de, tan aviat com es pugui, aconseguir la mobilitat internacional d'artistes, perquè la creativitat dels sectors culturals també viu d'aquest intercanvi i d'aquesta mobilitat. Segurament estem parlant més aviat de la mobilitat dels públics i de l'experiència de consum cultural en la distància, on, evidentment, hi ha molts peròs a la sostenibilitat i que de vegades estem finançant companyies aèries a través de totes aquestes experiències massives. Ho trigarem a veure. Jo crec que ho trigarem a veure i que el valor del local guanyarà importància, però sobretot, si us plau, no perdem i hem de fer des de ja una campanya per recuperar la mobilitat internacional d'artistes. Nosaltres ho estem fent. Nosaltres aquest any per la Mercè recuperem el compromís que teníem l'any passat de tenir l'Havana, la ciutat convidada, i l'any 2021 l'Havana serà la ciutat convidada de la Mercè. I ens ho farem perquè volem fer aquest gest, perquè som també persones d'aquest planeta i hem de recuperar aquesta mobilitat internacional.
Doncs m'ha agradat aquest tema de la massificació perquè és un tema que almenys la gent que ens agrada la festa i l'estudiem una mica ja ho estem veient de fa anys i ho estem patint. El fet de la globalització el que fa és que a vegades fa plantejar algunes festes concretes, les exposa al món, està molt bé, però pot tindre un efecte de crida tan bèstia que acabes rebentant la festa. De fet, per exemple, les falles del Pirineu, que quan van ser declarades Patrimoni de l'UNESCO, ens vam alegrar molt, però vam dir, a veure, que no destrossem la festa, perquè no és qüestió que anem els de Can Fanga, jo un d'ells, anem allà tots a mirar-ho perquè ens carregarem la festa. Això és el que està passant a la Festa Major de Gràcia. No es pot, ha arribat a uns nivells que, escolta, que vingui gent, però arriba un moment que ve tanta gent que és que no pots moure't. O, per exemple, a la Mercè, el Correfoc, un acte tan barceloní, inventat aquí a Barcelona, que hi anava la gent dels barris, ara només hi van turistes borratxos i sense tapar-se. Llavors, tot això, potser aquesta bufetada que hem tingut, esperem que canvi una mica, perquè aquestes massificacions, en alguns... A més, són determinades festes. Hi ha potser festes que es moren, que ningú hi va, però algunes, concretament, es massifiquen a un nivell, dic de públic, perquè estic d'acord en que vinguin artistes de tot el món, però arriba a uns nivells que és molt greu i, evidentment, amb totes les conseqüències mediambientals, això dels... Jo recordo quan era petita, anar amb avió era una experiència única. Ara, escolta, de cap de setmana, 50 euros al vaig allà. Però i la contaminació que generes? Ho vam veure. La contaminació ens va fer veure que som nosaltres, el principal mal del planeta Terra som nosaltres. Vam parar la nostra activitat i els nivells van baixar a uns nivells brutals. Per tant, potser sí, potser no hem de fer tants viatges, les festes descentralitzades, això m'agrada, el de la Mercè, que això ja fa anys que alguns ja ho dèiem, s'ha de repartir la festa pels barris. La Mercè els darrers anys, la gent es feia la seva festa major dels seus barris i la Mercè anàvem a veure un concert, però no anàvem a fer la festa major de la Mercè. Potser, si ara retornen als barris, que m'agrada, en part ens hem vist obligats per la pandèmia, això farà que almenys la gent quedi més repartida i no sigui tan massificat, perquè és això que dèiem, ostres, anar a un acte de 40.000 persones està bé, però també mola un concert de 100 persones de públic o 200 i poder celebrar més i no anar tant a un espectacle. Per tant, ens pot servir per reflexionar sobre aquests temes que ens preocupen. A nosaltres, la gent de la cultura popular ja fa temps que ho anem pensant, aquestes coses de la massificació.
Sí, solo un pequeño comentario que... perdón, me he perdido. Por favor, comentar, me he perdido.
Jo només vull dir una cosa, i això sí, és a dir, al Correfoc no només hi van turistes i no tots els turistes hi van borratxos.
Jo fa 15 anys que faig de diable i el visc de dalt a baix i no sé, a veure, no tots, però no és com abans, I t'ho dic com a diable i organitzador i col·laborador des de les federacions de diables.
Sí, però jo crec que hem de saber pensar les coses, no? I crec que també hem de posar cada cosa al seu lloc, no? I crec que hem de vigilar segons quines coses, no? Vull dir, tots hem begut a vegades una o dues cerveses i tots hem anat de viatge i hem tingut experiències en cultura popular d'altres països i això no ens converteix en turistes borratxos. Només ho vull dir en el sentit de que cal una mica vigilar per segons quines coses.
Sí, yo ya he encontrado lo que quería decir, que por una parte, obviamente, nos fuerza a redimensionar estos eventos muy masivos, etc. Pero yo, al contrario un poco de Esteban, me cuesta... Yo tengo tengo la impresión de que no este año y no el año que viene, pero que esto volverá, yo tengo la impresión que volverá a ser como antes. No sé si es porque lo quiero, bueno, no sé, la Mercè es algo extraordinario que hay en pocos otros sitios en toda Europa. Yo creo que cuando ya habrá estas vacunas, no sé qué, y que ya poco a poco vamos a retomar eventos de calle, pero con aforo controlado, con algo de retransmisión, etc. Y cuando ya se podrá viajar y habremos perdido el miedo también y las autorizaciones oficiales para hacer estos eventos se habrán reanudado. Yo creo que volverá, vamos a estar tocados y transformados, pero en un futuro no muy lejano yo creo que volverá casi como antes. Tendremos unos eventos online también, pero yo creo que volverá. Bueno, es una impresión. Quizás me equivoco. ya veremos.
Escolteu, el que deia dels correfocs era una mica una caricatura, però sí que és veritat que canvien els perfils i crec jo que el sentiment del barceloní en la Mercè ha baixat amb els anys. I la lectura positiva és que potser el fet de descentralitzar per la pandèmia esperem que tornar a seduir el barceloní de barris, que torni a apreciar més la Mercè.
Seguint amb aquesta línia, Guillem, de tornar a seduir el ciutadà per tornar a participar en aquests projectes, aquestes festivitats, aquestes massificacions. Hi ha una pregunta que m'agradaria subratllar que la fa Jack Peterson i que comenta això, com creieu que aquest vincle entre l'espai físic, no l'espai virtual, sinó l'espai físic i l'assistent tornarà a reeixir? És a dir, com tornarem a fer que la gent torni a anar en aquests grans concerts, en aquests grans esdeveniments, en aquest correfoc, que la gent tingui ganes de tornar a participar? Com ho haurem de fer, això? Perquè el vincle entre l'assistent i l'espai físic, ara com ara, no sé si inclús l'hem perdut. Llavors, ell pregunta això, com ho podrem tornar a generar? Perquè a poc tothom s'atreveixi a tornar a anar a aquests grans esdeveniments massius. Com ho veieu, això? Com ho podrem fer?
Ja ens hem atrevit,
Sí, és que...
Massius, massius. O sigui, ens hem atrevit a fer, Esteve, actes presencials amb les restriccions i les limitacions de seguretat. Però aquests actes massius, el correfoc mateix, posar-te sota un diable, enganxar-te a algú per fer aquesta festa. Com ho podrem fer? Estar tan a prop d'algú en un concert, això? Com ho haurem de fer?
Això tornarà. Això tornarà. Vull dir, el sotrac és molt bèstia, però nosaltres, quan vam inaugurar el grec, el baró de Bell li va dir a tocar l'experiència, a tocar. Ens tocarem, evidentment necessitem tocar-nos, estem esperant poder-nos tocar, aquesta gran festa que abans deia la Gael. Som humans, necessitem temps, necessitem confiança, la recuperarem, la confiança. No vindrà així d'un dia per l'altre. El que dèiem és que segurament l'experiència de grans festivals, me'n vaig un cap de setmana al festival de Groningen, me'n vaig al Palo de Siena, me'n vaig... Potser això ens ho replantejarem una mica, perquè sí que és veritat que la qüestió de la sostenibilitat també és forta, no? I ens agrada poder gaudir les coses amb una experiència una mica més directa, no? I no sé si estem preparats perquè la mobilitat sigui tan àmplia i vindran controls epidemiològics, les fronteres. Serà complicat, i hi haurà rutines que jo crec que no tornaran.
Jo crec que el que he fet la pregunta, crec que centrarà més amb la gent, si tindrà por. A veure, som humans i aquí som llatins. Ja us dic jo que a la que l'administració digui endavant les atxes, la gent s'hi llançarà, perquè ja ho veus. Tu veus que quan una mesura la van canviant, la gent, a la que s'obren les terrasses s'omplen. Inclús ja la picaresca, som llatins, ho hem d'admetre. No sé qui ha fet la pregunta, com que és internacional, no sé si ve més del nord d'Europa, però aquí, si l'administració diu, escolteu, podem fer un acte massiu, jo crec que la gent, com a llatins que som de contacte, ens hi llançarem. I la prova ja s'ha fet ara. Qualsevol punt que cedeix l'administració, la gent ho omple ràpid. És a dir, tot el que deia l'Esteve de les entrades, el grec, tot ple. Estem fent plens de tot. És a dir, la població espera, frena l'administració, que és el que toca, i almenys aquí, a Barcelona, Catalunya, Espanya, els llatins, escolta, anem a lo que ens deixin, estic segur, per tant, no prevé cap problema.
Gael, no sé si...
Sí, yo solo un comentario. Yo creo que sí, que por supuesto volverá, quizás no tanto masivos, pero volverá como cuando ya irá mejor. Es que yo quiero ser optimista, yo creo que no tenemos otra solución que ser optimistas. Entonces la pandemia irá mejor en breve, dentro de unos meses o un año máximo. Las normas cambiarán y, como dice Guillem, cuando nos dejarán organizar estos eventos, se organizarán. Quizás el turismo cultural, industrial, bueno, de las industrias culturales, etcétera, va a tardar más porque esto dependerá de las fronteras, etcétera. Pero bueno, y el tiempo, todas las heridas se curan con el tiempo. Yo considero que hemos sido heridos como personas y como sociedad y como ciudad y etcétera, y se curarán. Entonces, para contestar a la pregunta, con la mejora de la pandemia y las políticas públicas, las normas que iban a poner, y con el tiempo volverá, yo creo que casi igual, quizás menos masivos. Lo internacional también era clave, lo que decía Esteba, de dejar la movilidad internacional de los artistas. Esto es muy importante. Pero bueno. Supongo.
Sí, tenim, ens queden una mica més de 5 minuts per haver d'acabar aquesta sessió. Crec que s'han dit moltes coses, ha estat molt interessant. Jo aprofitaria una pregunta que fa un company per acabar aquesta sessió de preguntes. Ell és el Michael Lupton i pregunta sobre quins són els esdeveniments que tornaran primer sense suport sobre el sector, i la segona pregunta que fa és quins són els esdeveniments que dins de la vostra esfera d'activitat necessitaran menys ajuda. És a dir, aquí ell qüestiona i pregunta sobre les ajudes que haurem de fer perquè aquests esdeveniments tornin. Quin tipus d'ajudes seran? Quins seran els esdeveniments que sortiran de forma més espontània sense ajudes o quins seran els que els haurem de donar més suport? Tant sigui suport institucional des de Casa Àsia o des de l'ICUP o sigui suport social i actiu, no, Guillem? No sé fins a quin punt vosaltres això ho podeu valorar ara, no?
A veure, des del meu sector que parlo, crec que només ens han de dir endavant i nosaltres anem endavant. És a dir, nosaltres ens autogestionem. Evidentment, sempre col·laborem amb l'administració. Estic parlant de les festes populars dels barris. Escolta, estem preparats per entrar. Entenc que potser en el món més industrial de grans esdeveniments és diferent perquè aquí hi ha un tema econòmic, les empreses potser estan en fallida, però el que és el teixit associatiu, escolta, només ens heu de dir que sí i ja t'ho muntem tot. Evidentment, amb el suport de l'administració, a les infraestructures, però ho esperem amb candeletes, evidentment. Ja et dic, potser el problema serà més en la indústria cultural, que aquí ja no soc tan coneixedor, però clar, aquí estem parlant d'un teixit que, vulguis o no, econòmic, que ha estat molt afectat i ara no sé si hi haurà empreses que potser estan amb ERTE o estan desaparegudes. Serà més lent. Però el que és celebrar al carrer, ostres, digue'm el dia i anem tots cap allà.
També suposo, però, Guillem, que depèn una mica de quin tipus de festes. O sigui, tu veus des d'una perspectiva d'un barri que és molt actiu, que teniu un gran teixit associatiu i que sou amb molta gent, no? Però tu comentaves també en un moment donat, no? Hi ha grups i comunitats que no han estat tan actius, que jo em preguntava també, no? O sigui, aquest tipus de grups, tu com els veus? O sigui, tindran aquesta capacitat que tu dius.
Correcte, jo a vegades es compro cap a casa i penso molt en gràcia, però és veritat que hi ha barris que jo he anat a alguna festa major i dius, home, fan el que poden, i ja ho he dit abans, pot ser que hi hagi, més que tema econòmic, una desmotivació o allò que, no sé, allò que anaves per inèrcia i t'han donat el toc de gràcia. Llavors pot ser que algunes festes momentàniament potser hi hagi una afectació. El que passa que això és la vida, només que aparegui algú a l'associació més jove o no sé què, motivat, això en les entitats hi ha un recicle de gent que va entrant i llavors tot això segurament, potser aquestes entitats que estan més apagades, a la que hi hagi una mica de moviment, esperem que tirin endavant i puguem tornar a celebrar al carrer.
Tant de bo sigui així, Vull dir que esperem que aquesta positivitat sigui la que funcioni. A mi em preocupa. Aquesta setmana les comparses del Carnaval no poden sortir i les comparses del Carnaval necessiten de Carnaval, no? Els castellers el diumenge per la Diada de Santa Eulàlia no tindrem jornada castellera per Santa Eulàlia i això és una pèrdua de la inèrcia i aquesta manca d'inèrcia jo crec que sí, que l'hem de vigoritzar. Jo crec que buscant el sentit de la innovació que hem trobat ajudar que gent entusiasta com ara el Guillem vinguin a transmetre aquestes ganes de continuar. Però ens hi hem de posar. Jo crec que ens hi haurem de posar.
Una coseta. Parlaves del Carnaval. També, a veure, és de sabut que la gent que ens agrada estudiar la festa, el Carnaval barceloní no és el que havia estat abans de la guerra, estic parlant. El Carnaval era molt feble, el Carnaval. Almenys a nivell barceloní era tot molt organitzat des de l'Ajuntament.
No, hi ha moltes comparses de comunitats sud-americanes que celebren el Carnaval d'una manera molt intensa.
Sí, però que no. Això ho hem vist, Esteve, en Bolívia, no? Hi ha moltes comunitats bolivianes.
Hi ha moltes comunitats bolivianes i aquí jo parlo d'aquest tipus de comparsa.
Jo parlava del barceloní en general.
Jo parlo de tots els barcelonins. Jo en parlo de tots.
Sí, però que és una part, justament aquestes comparses, és una part dels barcelonins.
Molt important, molt
important.
Sí,
però que no és la globalitat. És a dir, el Carnaval...
No, és la globalitat.
El 19 ja no existeix. Hi ha aquestes comparses que...
Molt important.
Gael, no sé si tú...
Sí, quería decir algo sobre la pregunta. Quería preguntar por qué sin ayuda. ¿Por qué tendríamos que asumir que todos van a organizar cosas sin ayuda? Entonces, primera pregunta. Y dos, creo, no sé si es por el optimismo, que los pequeños se van a volver a hacer tanto pequeños eventos por asociaciones, yo creo, porque he visto yo alrededor mío, hay muchas compañías y asociaciones o centros que están esperando que los centros cívicos, por ejemplo, vuelvan a ceder espacios o a hacer esto de la cesión de espacios o alquilar espacios, que por el momento dicen que no se puede hasta tal fecha o no saben cuándo se podrá. Muchas compañías están buscando espacios y no los encuentran. Entonces, todos estos, el día que se pueda volver a alquilar espacios a otras entidades que no son del centro, se reanuda. Después los teatros más grandes, privados con apoyo público, esperan también, ya se hará todo junto. Lo único donde hay las manos más atadas son los eventos muy masivos, por lo de las fronteras, el turismo cultural, etc. Y ya está, esto.
Sí, jo crec que hem d'anar acabant. Són les 11:30. Jo crec que ha estat una conversa molt enriquidora. Esperem que sigui una conversa que doni algun tipus de debat, de llum, de situació, de tots aquests temes que nosaltres com a acadèmics, però vosaltres com a professionals actius i activistes us porten al dia a dia. Moltes gràcies als tres, de veritat, Gael, per il·lustrar aquesta realitat de certes comunitats que a vegades són desconegudes per nosaltres. Guillem, per veure aquest activisme cultural i social que hi ha en molts barris de la ciutat de Barcelona, i Esteve per portar aquesta visió més institucional des de l'Ajuntament. Moltes gràcies als tres, de veritat. Fins aquí aquesta sessió. Recordar, però, que a tots els participants que ara, dintre mitja hora, a les 12, seguim amb la següent sessió de Fast Spaces, titulat Les funcions socials dels esdeveniments en temps complexos, la in- i exclusió social d'esdeveniments vist des de diferents ciutats d'Europa, des de Glasgow, des de Dublín, des de Göteborg, Barcelona i Londres, que recordeu que aquesta sessió es farà en anglès i que, com sempre, retransmetrà en YouTube amb la participació de tots plegats. És així, doncs, moltes gràcies a tots, especialment a Esteve, Guillem i Gael, per portar totes aquestes comentaris i aportacions.
Moltes gràcies per convidar-nos i gràcies al Guillem i a la Gael, també un plaer per nosaltres.
Gràcies a tothom.
Molt bé, moltes gràcies a tots i fins a reveure. Molta sort i cuideu-vos molt.
Adéu.
Adéu.
Tom. Hello, everyone. Welcome to session 2 of this fast-paced online symposium that we have named The Social Functions of Events in Complex Time, Social In or Exclusion in Cultural and Other Events in the cities of Glasgow, Dublin, Gothenburg, London and Barcelona. My name is Maite Puigdevall from the Universitat Oberta de Catalunya and the Identicat Research Group, and I will conduct and coordinate the second panel. The session, as you see, will be held in English, but we encourage you to post any questions in the chat in Catalan, Spanish or English, and we will translate them for you if needed. We will have some animators there to help you navigate through the chat and pose you questions themselves and maybe comments. And later I will collect these questions and comments for the joint discussion at the end of session 2 or the second part. Let me first of all welcome all the speakers to this session. We really regret not having you with us in Barcelona, but well, we have technologies to help us meet, and thanks for that. And also, I thank you in advance for all your insights and from a more academic discussions and point of view about the issues that we are debating today. Spaces and crowds without festivals, the social effects on landscapes without events during the pandemic, where we will be focused on questions on social inclusion and exclusion and events and spaces and what the pandemic has brought to this fore. I will start the presentation with Dr. Bernadette Quinn. Is a senior lecturer at the Technological University of Dublin, and she has written extensively about festivals, about art festivals, being interested in the roles that they play in transforming space, reproducing place, and shaping identities. She has held external examining roles, a number of third-level instructions in Ireland, UK, Norway, and Australia, and sits on the editorial advisory board of the Journal of Policy Research in Tourism, Leisure and Events. She's widely published in international tourism, urban studies and geographical journals and edited collections. Currently, she's the Irish principal investigator on a humanities and European research area, HERA, funded by Research Project of Festivals and Events. Next, it's Professor David McGillivray. He holds a chair in events and digital cultures at the University of West of Scotland in Glasgow. His research focuses on two main areas. First, a critical reading of the contemporary significance of events and festivals as mechanisms for achieving a wider economic, social and cultural externalities. And second, he focuses on the affordances of digital culture, especially related to understandings of digital citizenship, participation and the role of everyday digital media platforms and practices. And he is the project leader for the FestTaste project. The next speaker will be Christina, Dr. Christina Nielsen from the University of Gothenburg, and she holds a PhD in human geography. Her research interests revolves around the issue of transformation of local communities to spaces of production and consumption of tourist experiences, including events and festivals. She's particularly interested in the issue of collaboration between stakeholders and the role of policy in such societal transformational process. Furthermore, her research interests cover the notion of sustainable development in conception and application of tourism community development. She has a strong engagement, in particular in participatory research, driven by the ambition to make a difference and support an inclusive and just community through tourism. Next speaker will be Dr. Andrew Smith. Andrew Smith is a reader at the School of Architecture and Cities at the University of Westminster, where he leads the Sustainable Cities and the Urban Environment Research Community. His background is in geography and tourism, as many of the other speakers, and his research addresses the relationship between events and host places. He has written multiple papers, 2 books on this theme, for instance, Events and Urban Regeneration in 2012, and Events in the City using public spaces and event venues in Routledge in 2016. His recent work focuses on the ways London's parks and green spaces are used as venues for events, and this is also the focus of the London-based team of FestFace researchers. And last but not least is Dr. Alba Colombo of the Universitat Oberta de Catalunya, and she holds a PhD in social sciences. And her research has been focused on the analysis of festivals and events as contemporary social and cultural expressions observing issues such as transformative social capacity of festivals, events, etc., or the evolution of events in the framework of uncertain times. She's currently an academic director of the Cultural Management Master's degree program, as well as a senior researcher of the Open University in Catalonia. And with further delay, after this introduction, thank you all for being here. As I said, I will pose the first question, and every speaker will have about 5-7 minutes to answer the question. So the first question goes to first Bernadette. Who used what spaces in your cities, for which events, and for what purposes before and during the pandemic? What has changed, and with what effects for the inclusive or exclusive users of public spaces in both events and spaces that you are studying? Bernadette, you have the floor to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maita, and hello everybody. It's lovely to be here, if just in a virtual form. So I speak to you from Dublin, and I'm going to just talk a little bit about Dublin, because that's where I've been doing the work. So in terms of the events that used public spaces in Dublin pre-COVID, Dublin is I suppose, a medium-sized city, and it's not a city that we really associate with very large-scale international events. So we're not in a sort of a top-tier mega event city. So the kinds of events that we have here are I suppose, medium-scale and an international context. So, I mean, we have some large-scale international events, in terms of, say, St. Patrick's Festival as a cultural event, or the Six Nation Rugby Championships. But relatively speaking, we don't have mega events. We are a city of medium-scale arts festivals, national sports championships, medium-sized commercial music festivals. Those are more characteristic of the city, and they occupy various city parks and key civic spaces, like main streets and squares and parks, but also public buildings and the grounds of public buildings like museums and galleries. And in addition, then, we have a very, very wide range of community events staged in districts right across the city, in smaller parks, streets, various public spaces. So then the question as to who usually uses the city spaces for events, then, while there are some international tourists, it's mainly Dublin people and Irish people who attend events in the city. And those are people who are interested in particular cultural forms, particular art forms, including sports and community events of all types aimed at families, children, ethnic communities. So that's the characteristic kind of sense of the city and events. So what has changed then because of the pandemic? Well, there's been tremendous, enormous disruption. Since March 2020, we've had whole-scale cancellation and postponement of events in public spaces. In Ireland, we have a 5-level system of public restrictions, and down at level 2, 15 people were allowed to congregate outdoors. But we have actually spent most of our time since March in levels above 2. So we have been in level 5 for quite a bit. So we've been in level 5 since the start of January. And that means we have no gatherings of any sort outdoors. And just to give you an idea of how strict the regulations are, we are allowed weddings at the moment, but only 6 guests may attend. So we have had really just very, very little event activity in public spaces of any kind. And I suppose one of the interesting questions for us this morning is to look at differences and comparisons across our cities. So in Dublin, we've had virtually nothing happening in the public space because of very, very strict public health guidelines and government regulations. So the impacts of that then, as you can imagine, have been absolutely enormous. And they've been, you know, game-changing. So some festivals have managed to offer some physical staging of events outdoors, but that's been very, very few, and it has been hugely scaled back. Instead, of course, a lot of festivals, if they've been able to, have pivoted to virtual and hybrid delivery. When they've been involved in hybrid delivery, or even actually in online, there has been a use of public space, and we've seen some very creative ways that events and festivals have continued to use public space. So, for example, bringing site-specific work to public spaces, but not the key civic spaces of the city, rather to much smaller, more localized public spaces where close to where people live in districts throughout the city. Coming up with program events that encourage people to download an app and to go outside into a public space near where they live and consume or experience a work of art alone or in a socially distant manner. We've had, of course, large-scale public broadcasting and broadcasting of various digital platforms which have brought work into people's homes. We've had...
1 minute.
Pardon?
1 minute?
1 minute. Okay, 1 minute left. Gosh, okay. Goodness me. So we've seen a move away from the key civic spaces into the smaller, more localized spaces, I would say. The implications for inclusion, exclusion, well, we're not quite sure. I mean, we're seeing some festivals reaching more on the virtual space, but we're seeing others lose certain kinds of audiences. We're losing the happenstance, the surprise element that you have when you've got events in public spaces and people just coming across them. We're seeing issues, of course, when we've got a lack of digital connectivity, when we've got maybe marginalized groups who are not well resourced in being able to access the digital platforms. So that's an issue. And of course, for the city centre and the key civic spaces, there's been a tremendous loss in so many ways. And the liveliness of the city and the animation in the city has just vanished. People who live in the inner city and in inner city communities, and they, of course, are often marginalized people, are definitely experienced losses. So while we are seeing some greater inclusion through perhaps some greater participation through audiences, through creative ways that festivals are asking audiences to engage more creatively, we are also seeing some growing exclusion as well, I would say. So I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I am going to pass on to, I can't actually remember, Maita, who I must pass to next. Although I think it's David. David, over to you, David.
You're passing to me. So thank you all. The baton has been handed to Glasgow. So just to set out kind of pre-pandemic, in Glasgow, I guess since the 1990s, certainly accelerated through the 2000s, Glasgow has been increasingly reliant, I think, on festival and events as part of its economic offer, but also its cultural offer. And though some sort of competitor cities that other people might be aware of, like Edinburgh, have perhaps seen more intensive impacts associated with the kind of effects of festivalisation on the number and duration of festivals taking place and the impact on the economy, the cultural environment of the city. I think in Glasgow, the spatial focus has probably been a bit less concentrated, and the effects on maybe public spaces in the city has been perhaps less marked than we might have seen in Edinburgh. However, there's a pre-pandemic period. There was certainly a clear trajectory in the city to make use of a wide range of public spaces, especially main civic square, for example, George Square, which is our main civic square, several city parks, and also kind of priority streetscapes in the city centre in particular, organising city-led festivals and events, so those organised by the city itself. So in recent years, certainly city parks have been used for large commercial music festivals, along with other event genres. The streets in the city centre have often been sort of temporarily taken over for festivals and events, often focused on sort of driving footfall to retail and hospitality outlets, creating sort of vibrancy. And albeit though outside of the sort of city-run festivals and events, we have seen pre-pandemic more neighbourhood events making use of public spaces outside the city centre. And I think that's something we may see as a kind of model for the future when we talk about the sort of second question here. George Square is a good example of our main civic square. Certainly has been intensively used for civic, but also some commercial events over the last 30 years. And it's a site for many staged events that produces a particular type of kind of imagery and effective atmosphere for the city. And that's been very important in sort of Glasgow's renaissance as a kind of vibrant, dynamic and cool city. And it's certainly been the starting point for many participation and kind of elite-focused events that have brought lots of people together into that particular city space. So pre-pandemic, George Square, for example, was a square that was being rethought in terms of what might look like in the future, in terms of its use for events, as well as its use for many other purposes that relate to people's understanding of public space in the city. And had the pandemic not struck, then we may have seen some quite interesting developments in that public space for events, adapted and redesigned in some respects to accommodate events. Now, during the pandemic, I think it's important to acknowledge that the differences between maybe what we see as the first lockdown here in the UK and the one we're still experiencing, right at this moment, for example. So I think, as with most cities during both lockdowns, we've seen certainly an emptying of certain types of public space, so that the sort of squares and the streetscapes, in particular in the city centre areas, and on the other side, a kind of loading of other public spaces like public parks, albeit more for recreational as opposed to kind of festival and events focused purposes. However, I think also during the first lockdown we saw certainly several spontaneous collective expressions of solidarity coming. And many of those were about kind of urban public space being used for different purposes, at least temporarily. So varieties of games and activities, exercise, discos, house, people decorating their houses in the streets, whatever. That all happened during, I think, the first lockdown. Is a kind of creative response there. As some of the restrictions eased, the sort of loosening of planning and licensing regulations perhaps generated also some interesting experiments in the use of public spaces and other spaces in the city. When these are kind of less regulated, so especially in kind of neighbourhood settings where more people were spending their time, and that might be something we can talk about later in terms of a model. In the second lockdown, I think we've perhaps witnessed fewer examples of that kind of spontaneity and the kind of collective effervescence that you maybe saw in the first, as people I think have experienced a kind of fatigue around about the pandemic. There's still been some evidence, I think, of festivity, broadly focused around private space, perhaps the home being made kind of more public. So again, people sort of decorating their environments, their windows, their gardens, their houses in and around key festivity moments in the year, whether that be Halloween, Christmas and the like. Businesses that were operational still participating in that a little bit too. I think projections have been prevalent in terms of the way that we've kind of lit up our spaces, some of the public spaces. And those adapting to the need for kind of ongoing mobility. And what I mean by that is that stationary events with a watching crowd have been most seriously affected because of the restrictions around about gathering. So the kind of mobile events have been those that have perhaps been more been able to happen to some extent. And I'll mention one just at the end. We'd also seen, I think, pre-pandemic, the kind of affective domain become more important feature of events and the relationship with the city. So the kind of sound, the light, the smell, as events sought to kind of reimagine or re-understand the urban environment and make more alluring, maybe spaces or areas that have been more forgotten or undervalued. So I think that was happening before the pandemic. I think during the pandemic, we've certainly seen creativity abound as landmarks and popular public spaces have been projected onto, and often these have been related to maybe social messages, positive social messages associated with the pandemic. I think there's also been some evidence of creativity with the kind of use of underused, derelict or dead spaces, which have become sites. Yeah, they've become sites of events or cultural happenings in the city. So in Glasgow, a good example is the kind of Under the Bridge initiative, which reimagined a disused space under the city's Kingston Bridge as a kind of live music kind of space and artistic kind of environment and canvas. And I think that relates to kind of outdoor arts, in particular, being able to do something, be more responsive than other art forms, providing kind of entertainment where maybe indoor venues, of course, have been closed. And finally, I think in Glasgow, we've also seen some interesting examples of the private sector, especially promoters being able to host some kind of events that align with permissible behaviours during the pandemic and using public spaces in the process. So in Glasgow, we've had an entrepreneur, Ollie Norman from Itazon, for example, was able to operate a light event called Glasgow in the West End Botanic Gardens of the city, which was attended by around 70,000 people. And that was because the authorities accepted that the event complied with restrictions in place at the time, because it involved that kind of mobility. It was walking through a park a light installation. So certainly some of those things are likely to be features we see moving forward when we're through the kind of worst period of the pandemic. So I'll leave it there and I'll hand over to Christina.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Bernadette. Let's move to Gothenburg, which is the city that I'm responsible for in the project. And like both Bernadette and David's presentations made very clear, there are both similarities but also very interesting differences between our cities in the project. And I would like to start with setting the scene a little bit, because I think it's important for the understanding of what is going on, both pre-pandemic, but also during and of course post-pandemic, which is perhaps what we is most interested in, what will come out of all this. So Sweden is considered a good country to live in, and Gothenburg, as the country's second city, is no exception when it comes to offering good living conditions for its residents. That said, the city is also defined as a geographically segregated city, and very much depending on where in the city you live, there are significant differences in life expectancy, percentage of households under financial strains, level of trust in other people, level of education, and the number of children qualifying for higher education. And these indicators are the municipality's definition of inclusive or what is a segregated city. So I mention it because I think it's interesting. And in the 1980s, Gothenburg started a transformation similar for many cities in the global north, in the European context at this time. Knowledge experience production, including development of the city as a destination for events and tourism, replaced manufacturing, or partly replaced manufacturing, and the port as the city's primary economic sector. And this is a development that is very much characterized by what Harvey, for example, called new urban entrepreneurialism. And so Gothenburg became a city of events, with building on a rich cultural life, and also very successful event in strategies, creating an event industry that became famous not only nationally but also internationally. And one of the things that has been like a key to the success of Gothenburg, among other things, which is important from a public space perspective, is that everything is within walking distance. So a lot of public space in the city is actually allocated part of the year or just short times, but still it is allocated for events, which is both good but also problematic, of course. And we have an events industry that covers everything from the very local grassroots level events to bigger mega events covering sports, music, arts, basically a very rich variety of different kinds of festivals and events. It's part of the city's DNA, which you could, of course, see as something good, but also a bit problematic. That said, the neoliberal discourse is deeply rooted, and when looking at public governance of festivals and events, which is something that I do particularly in my part of the project, it's interesting to see that it is a kind of a crucial divide with overlaps, of course, but between the events and festivals that are attractive for tourists and more local events focusing on inclusivity and working with preventing or solving the issue of segregation. And I think this is a very important lock-in, hampering the ambitions to leverage inclusivity through cultural events and festivals that we have to keep in mind. However, from a positive side, Sweden is a country that has come far when it comes to sustainability work, and which means that we have And we have a lot of public tourism organizations working quite actively with implementing the sustainability goals, including working with social sustainability and inclusivity. And when it comes to public space, we have the right to public access, and public space is something that is very important by tradition and by law in our comprehensive planning. So in March 2020, everything changed as the pandemic hit Gothenburg in the same way as in most other cities in the European context. And I think most of you have the image of Sweden as a country which applied a rather liberal, flexible pandemic strategy with few legally binding restrictions and with a high level of individual responsibility, for example, to keep distance and to stay at home when not feeling well. Thank you. Which means that we have had a rather open society and we had the opportunity to move around freely in society and to use public space. On the other hand, looking at the events and festival industry, the pattern or the restrictions are more or less similar as in many other cities in the project and elsewhere in Europe, where the restrictions actually made it impossible for events and festivals to take place. What is interesting, though, we have of course a number of creative virtual alternative solutions, as we heard Bernadette and David mention about. But what I'd like to stress here, and I think it's really interesting, is that Sweden, as a rather open, flexible or open society, actually, what we could see is that people tend to use nature as a way to substitute the fact that they can't experience and come together and celebrate things through festival and events. So we have a boom in nature-based activities. And I think this is interesting from an inclusivity and exclusivity perspective, because I think it raises important questions of whether some new groups are excluded or included in the society and feeling a loss or perhaps a new way of experience life quality in the city. So since my time is running out, I'm passing on to Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Hello, everyone. Greetings from London. First thing I should do is apologise for my haircut. It's impossible to get a haircut in London at the moment, so I'm starting to feel the effects of that. So anyway, let's find out what else is happening in London. So I think it's important to start by saying pre-pandemic, London's public spaces were being used much more frequently for festivals and other events. So that was a mixture of sort of free cultural events, really interesting examples of those, but also lots of new commercial events, ticketed events, events that were fenced off, and events which had a sort of slightly different emphasis and very different effects on the spaces that they were hosted in. So that was happening again for a couple of reasons, really. Firstly, because of austerity and the fact that local authorities and municipal authorities were trying to generate income from their public spaces, and one way of doing that was to hire them out as venues. So that was one driving force for commercial events, or one factor that was driving the rise of those events. But obviously, more generally, the municipal government was also interested in animating, populating, and changing the meaning of some public spaces, and the sort of free, more culturally orientated events that were happening more regularly in London were sort of being driven by that agenda too. So this was something that was affecting particularly central streets and squares, a bit like in Glasgow, some of the most iconic and most well-known sort of streets and squares like Regent Street and Trafalgar Square. But the most obvious effect, and the effect that I was most interested in, was the one on parks. So this was something that was very much affecting London's famous sort of green spaces. And that's what we've been looking at in the FestSpace project. So In particular, in 2019, there were lots of new music festivals happening in London's parks, and there were some concerns about those festivals in terms of their exclusivity. These were expensive ticketed events, and although they were often really interesting sort of cultural events in one sense, they were quite exclusive, and they were excluding people from what would normally be sort of universally accessible spaces, and the increased frequency with which they were happening, contributed to that degree of exclusivity. So we've been looking at a couple of parks, Finsbury Park in particular, and other sort of quite notable examples of where there are these contested events happening. Obviously, since March last year, there have been almost no organised events happening in London's parks. And there's been very interesting changes that we've witnessed in those spaces. So, for example, during the early part of lockdown, during the most extreme lockdown, people weren't really even allowed to socialise in parks. There were restrictions on sitting down, sunbathing. So parks were changed very, very markedly and became very much spaces of movement, places to exercise, and were much less about sort of sociability. And obviously, there were no sort of formal events happening. Weirdly enough, again, in terms of looking at the effects of that, some people actually welcomed the fact that very large festivals weren't happening, because they had long campaigned to have some fallow years in London's parks, where the parks were maybe given a year off hosting large events in order for them to be for them to recover environmentally. So it was quite interesting that, almost by accident, we did get a fallow year, a year without festivals. We may now even get 2 years without festivals, and that may have, quite different sort of effects too. What happened as a result of the pandemic, and which we witnessed, and again, unfortunately, we've not been allowed to do a lot of formal research in London's public spaces because the university has prohibited it, and obviously we're only meant to be travelling and using our local spaces. So it has, research itself has become very difficult over the past year. But what we've seen in the park that we've been sort of observing is the rise of lots of small informal events that have replaced some of these big, large-scale festivals. So last summer in the UK, there was a little bit of a window whereby there was slightly more flexibility about what you could do. And during that period, we did see lots of small-scale informal events that were perhaps displaced from indoor spaces, from restaurants and bars, and so lots of parties, even like baby showers and barbecues and small-scale events, and that was quite an interesting trend. And again, I suppose that was an unintended consequence of the pandemic. But it'll be interesting to see again if the continued lack of organised festivity in London's parks does allow sort of more informal, more spontaneous, smaller scale events to sort of flourish in their place. So I don't know how long I've got left, but can I share my screen? Is it possible to share my screen, do you think? Is that too crazy?
Yeah.
That's too radical. Okay. So I'm gonna leave it there, but there are some other examples I can maybe talk about later of innovative events. There were some events that did happen last summer in London's parks and open spaces that were permitted, including drive-in events and other sort of scaled down events. So maybe I can talk about those a little bit in the next sort of part of this session. So I think what I'll do now is hand you over to Alba, who will talk about Barcelona.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for talking about all these interesting cities. I'm supposed to talk about Barcelona. So, wow, Barcelona is a huge city. Have been a lot of research going on about Barcelona and events. Particularly in this research, we observe cultural events, but of course, it's a big city. We have a lot of events. 5.5 million people living in Barcelona. Of course, there is a lot of things to do related to events. So, but going back, when Barcelona started to be really linked with events, back in with Universal Wall exhibitions, 1888 and 1929, we already had two big world exhibitions, then the 1992 with the Olympic Games, the Universal Forum de las Culturas 2004, and afterwards the big World Mobile Congress 10-day events. Therefore, it's a city with a lot of history linked to events, linked to development, structure, economically, also socially development of the city itself. But trying to answer this question, so what I would do is to focus on the research that we have been developing on the frame of this fest-based research. And of course, as you know, we start to plan our research on focusing on concretely diverse events. And then in March, everything stops, COVID arrives to our lives, and we had to be absolutely immerse ourselves in this global health crisis. And at that point, our research team, we decided to redesign a bit the research and then to focus on this including social responses, what have been happening in this incredible, radically lockdown that we experienced in March, from March 2020. Therefore, now I would explain you a bit what we have been doing from then and what we have been observing that have been the responses of the society and the administration of Barcelona. So first of all, what we do is to observe the mapping of Barcelona. So we decided to observe, okay, which kind of cultural events are in Barcelona, which kind of what we could call the landscape of cultural events of Barcelona. Therefore, we start to analyzing cultural events by classifying them and observing their geographical distribution, their participation. We observe more than 300 cultural events, but concretely the ones that are strongly linked with the city council, so Institut de Cultura, the ICUP, in which the council participates directly or indirectly, organize them, or even they are aware of them, their existence. So we generate a huge database with information about 2018 and 2019. And then we observed that we could classify the cultural events happening in the city in three big categories. So again, cultural events. So what we call cultural industry events, so film festivals, theater, dance, music, literature festivals. The second one are the traditional popular cultural events, what we could call the festive events calendar of the city, of the local popular culture, such as Carnival, Festas Majors, Santa Eulalia, Christmas festivities, San Juan, or even popular cultural group performances. And the last big group are what we call the cultural diversity events. So the events generated by new communities established in the city. Tomorrow would start the Chinese New Year, but also we identified the Pakistan Day, the Philippine Coexistence Festivity, La Fiesta Nacional de Ecuador, or even the Eid al-Adha, Festival of the Sacrifice. So with all this information, gives us an idea about cultural events distribution, typologies, but also observing what happened concretely in concrete districts and neighborhoods. They give us the information about the uses of the space, the squares, the streets, public institution facilities, in general, different kind of public space, indoor, outdoor, parks, museums, libraries, etc. So what we try to do here is to draw the cultural events landscapes of Barcelona, doing a cartography of these Barcelona festivities. And some of the results indicate us that the majority of the events, of course, are cultural industry events, so festivals. 66% of all the events in 2019 in Barcelona have been those cultural industry events, film festivals, music festivals, performing arts festivals, etc. 27% traditional popular culture, Catalan traditional popular culture, and only 7% these ones that we call cultural diversity. Talking about distribution, really interesting. Of course, most quantity of events happen in the center, in the centric one, the district of Ciutat Vella. But if we observe it by neighborhoods, so the biggest number of events are in El Raval or Poble Sec, near the Montjuïc Hill. So divided by typology is also interesting to observe that the cultural industry events are located, of course, in the center in Ciutat Vella, but the traditional popular cultural events are in Horta Guinardó or Nou Barris, the peripheral districts, and cultural diversities in Montjuïc next to the port. Then what we observe here is that the use of public space in Barcelona before pandemic, it is really diverse regarding different typology, but nevertheless, Events distribution is probably a response of the social structure of the city itself, even the social issues or the social uses of the public space. So like regarding tourism, migration, or local citizens. Okay, then I try to be shortly here. What we observe with pandemic is that we divided what happened regarding the Barcelona public uses of a space for events between March 20 and January 21 is that we could divide it in three periods. The first period, it was a strict lockdown, shock period, what we call, between March and May 2020. So everything was locked down. The reactions have been massive and really interesting. We have the discussion on the previous panel. So the social reaction here was huge. But what we have seen is the massive virtualization of the spaces, communities, participation, everything goes online. But again, above all, the incredible was the social reaction of that. I will talk about it later. The second period was the reaction one. So between June and October 20, what would happen with all these summer festivities? So the democratization of the spaces, such as, for example, Cruïlla Festival, developing in different spaces of the city with less capacity, but all a longer period of time, though they call Cruïlla XXD. Or the new location trying to preserve the essence of the event. That was happening at the Festival de Cinema Lliure a la Platja, the beach-free film festival, located not on the beach, but directly near the beach, near the Pavelló de la Marbella. Or what we also observe, the hybrid construction of popular events, such as Festes Majors, like la Festa Major de la Mercè, virtualized, but at the same time with some face-to-face elements. And finally, the third period was the planning in the framework of pandemic. So from October 20 to January 21. During this period, events and essentially cultural events planned their activities on the frame of pandemic, transforming its gatherings, actions, and participation on a frame of the actual normality. So we have seen it, and we talked it before doing the last session, the Nit de Reis, the annual celebration related to the arrivals of these three wise men in Barcelona to deliver their presents to the children. In this case, the long street parade, one of the biggest street parades in Spain, has been transformed to a base camp where the kids and families could visit and see then with a streamed during the night of January 5th. And finally, the festivitats like San Antoni also transformed with the hybrid period. So therefore, during this last period, we have been able to observe that the actions and uses of spaces have been transformed, that plenty of activities have been redesigned in different participations and replanned, and the construction of new spaces already symbolically shared between different communities has been possible. So, well, what will happen this week? This week we will see it with the celebrations in the Chinese New Year, and its coming weeks with the festivals and carnivals related in Barcelona, but all over the European cities. So let's see which kind of models and which elements of this would last over time. So I think so far my first answer. I give back the word to Maite, I think.
Well, thank you very much all for your insightful comments and information. I see many strings here, connections, you know, the nature, parks, privatization versus opening spaces. Here we have a lot of discussions and see what's going on in the cities and what's to come. In fact, the next question is, you know, as researchers, we have to be aware of the changes of the now to see what's happening next in the future, in the near future. So the next question is, what is emerging from the transformations of events and its users of public spaces? Is there a resignification of these spaces and events? What are the new realities of social needs of events, and to what effects for the inclusion of diverse collectivities in your cities? So yeah, we're looking at the transformations, their significations, and well, without losing the focus on inclusion and exclusion. And this time, the order of the questions will be answered first by Christina, and then Andrew from London, Alba, Bernadette, and finally David. So Christina, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is such an interesting set of questions, but they are so complex and so difficult to answer. And as a researcher, you are always careful with like indicating things that you're not that you are not sure of because you have conducted research. So, but it's really important to use the pandemic and all the observations that we make now and the research that we, in spite of everything, are able to conduct to learn as much as possible for the future, to make it more inclusive, more sustainable than before. But this is a $10 million question, perhaps. So in the case of Gothenburg, I mentioned earlier that we have been a rather open society, and I mentioned that nature-based activities has maybe for some groups substituted attending to festival and events and other cultural festivities. And I think this is interesting, not the least from a governance perspective. I'm focusing on governance in my part of the research project, and I think what I did before the pandemic was to kind of scrutinizing governance and the need for a holistic governance, not only focusing on tourism or festival events, but actually to look at policies that are more focused on creating an inclusive society or protecting public space, and see how these policies could work better together. And I think using the crisis as a positive force and continue this work, looking at the weaknesses that we maybe can see in the festival and event sector due to the crisis is something that is interesting. And we could look at it from different levels, if you like. And if I could start with looking at the micro or individual level, I think it's interesting to see how the pandemic stresses the importance of public space events and the fact that they are it's an institutionalized phenomenon in society, fulfilling basic social human needs. So, for example, my 17-year-old daughter, she's very young, she's 17, but she's referring to this pandemic time and the absence of festival and events, and she's missing the boat. Like time is passing too fast, and she's getting old too soon. And this it's a bit sad, but I can understand that this is the reality for many people in the society, especially young people and perhaps also newcomers in the society. And the consequence of this, we can see from other projects, is that these groups might lose interest in cultural life and perhaps turn to other activities, but maybe they are also missing out things that could improve their quality of life, or that they feel that they have a value in society. And this will definitely affect cultural organizations like non-profit organizations that perhaps will lose people, they will experience a loss of interest and members that they are dependent on. And as I said, some groups will discover substitutes, for example, nature-based activities, as I already mentioned, that will enrich their quality of life, but some will definitely experience a lower quality of life. And then moving to the institutional level, the pandemic highlights the fact that cultural events and festivals is a very important economic sector in the economy, and important for how we organize public space and for the feeling of belonging in society, and for public space planning and governance. However, it is not always given proper attention, and I think that's been very obvious during the pandemic, looking at the problems with economic support to the sector and to the industry, or the lack of attention in comprehensive planning, for example. And I think this is something that we can look further into post-pandemic. And there are obvious issues of concern for festival organizers to consider in the future, like the notion of health security issues in relation to festival and events. However, at the moment, many festival organizers are quite naturally occupied with survival. Nevertheless, I would argue this is a crucial moment to evaluate evaluate and learn from the crisis and how to implement for the SDGs and how the SDGs can create a more robust sector and a role model perhaps for the rest of the society. It's like you don't see the value of a phenomenon before it disappears. And that's a saying with many layers, individual, institutional, and also from a governance level. And I would like to end my talk here with just mentioning something about the governance level. I think this is definitely an opportunity to get a better understanding for the values of cultural festivals and events for an inclusive, thriving society. And the important questions at the governance level is how to best support, but also how to best organize events and festivals to meet inclusivity goals of the city and society, and how to give economic support, and who should take responsibility for a bleeding sector. And I think in this, I also need to mention as a final thing that I think one key to a holistic governance is to scrutinize some of the concepts that tends to become very fussy in this concept, like what is inclusive? It means something if you talk to look at tourism policy, and something else if you look into cultural policy, for example. Social sustainability and key concepts like this. And I think that's definitely a challenge that it's good to work with post-pandemic. Thank you. And like last time, I pass the word on to London and Andrew.
Thank you, Christina. Again, I think it's very difficult to predict what's going to happen in the future. We've almost given up trying to make predictions about how this pandemic is going to develop. And so again, the things I'm saying now are inevitably quite speculative. I do think we probably are seeing a turning point in the festivalisation of public spaces. If we think about festivalisation as being, the increased sort of prevalence of festivals, maybe with, a greater range of festivity happening more frequently in public spaces. In my view, that it seems like that maybe this pandemic is a turning point in that respect. And then maybe the optimistic view is perhaps that there might be a new emphasis in the post-pandemic era on more sort of community-focused, neighbourhood-level events, which are more sort of self-organised and co-produced with less reliance on sort of formally produced industry, sort of commercially orientated events. The pessimistic view, I think, is that what we've seen in this pandemic is, festival fences being replaced by other types of fences. So if you go to London's parks at the moment, or if you did in previous periods of the pandemic, you'll see that there's lots of facilities that are fenced off, and playgrounds, or that were fenced off, benches that are taped off, or other sort of places where people tend to mingle, sort of fenced off. So actually, we've probably seen just a different type of set of restrictions. And obviously, there's new sort of rules and regulations that have come in to control what people can do. So in some ways, we don't want to necessarily see that continue. That could be a sort of more problematic legacy of the pandemic, those types of installations appearing more frequently. What seems to have happened in London is that people do seem to have appreciated open spaces, in particular green spaces, more. And maybe that will mean that they are more reluctant to support the use of those spaces for ticketed events which have 12-foot fences surrounding them, for example. So there's a big controversy in London about Secret Cinema, which is a large sort of cinema organisation which is applied to use some playing fields in East London this summer for showings of Dirty Dancing, which doesn't seem to be a particularly radical cultural production, but and that's causing unprecedented amounts of sort of opposition, because people have relied on those spaces for exercise and for their sanity over the past 12 months. So that's an interesting sort of trend. Yep. So for me, really, there are probably two scenarios moving forward. The first one, where maybe it's harder to justify large scale events because in the short term they're going to be more difficult to make safe, but also because of this public reluctance to give up access to urban green spaces. So that's the sort of one possibility. I think that probably the stronger possibility is that what we're going to see is a huge pent-up demand for festivals and events, and actually, if and when things do return a little bit more to normal, then the combination of that plus the fact that our local authorities, our municipal authorities in London, are even more short of money than they were previously, and therefore there's a greater incentive to try and generate, you know, higher fees and other income from sort of festivals and events. The combination of those two factors may mean that actually we see even more festivity in public parks in London in the future. So it's hard to tell which of those scenarios will manifest itself, but let's wait and see. Just one sort of point to finish, really. I suppose one of the most interesting things that someone has said to me, we've continued to try and interview people online about these issues, even if we can't actually go and visit a lot of the spaces in person. And I did talk to the organiser of one arts festival who'd taken their park-based festival online and had done it as a virtual event. And one thing that they said, one interesting thing that they said to me was that they'd obviously done a lot of work trying to engage communities, and they'd used their festival previously to engage those communities and try and encourage, you know, local creativity and things like that. And they'd realised that maybe the festival represented a very large amount of effort, and not doing it meant that they could focus on their community outreach activities and actually really focus on the people they were trying to help or the people they were trying to engage. And that maybe in the future they wouldn't stage their festival because they realised that that was not necessarily distraction, but it was a lot of effort to try and use that festival as a vehicle to achieve the effects they wanted to do. And maybe they'd realised that maybe it was quite interesting if they just tried to try and achieve the community and creative effects that they wanted to achieve, but not necessarily through the medium of this large-scale festival, which took almost a year to organise and took up so much time and effort. So that was an interesting idea, that maybe the new hybrid events, which obviously will become probably more common in the future, you know, a lot of them will be retained. I think there's maybe some other interesting effects related to that, in that people, you know, the people who were previously organising festivals have actually redirected their effort into different types of activity. And in this case, that was almost seen as being quite productive activity, where they could really go directly to beneficiaries and, you know, provide assistance to them. Just to finish, I think the other thing, a bit like I think Bernadette was talking about before, one other effect in London, I think, is, you know, there has been this shift away from the centre of London. You know, there has been this sort of almost a literal depopulation of London. There are now reports that maybe 700,000 people have left London during the course of the past 12 months. So London is a city of 10 million residents with potentially 700,000 people who've left. But there is this idea that London was too much focused on its centre before, and that actually, including in terms of the events it staged, and there has been perhaps a refocusing of London at the neighbourhood level and the suburban level and more peripheral areas, and some of the events and activities that have been organised in those places. In some ways, that would be great if they were retained. Actually, we had more things happening outside the centre of London and less sort of focus on London's sort of central and most or previously most heavily sort of used sites. Okay, I'm gonna again pass on to our Barcelona researcher, who's Alba. So over to Alba.
Yeah, thank you so much, Andrew. I think that you get the point. So this depopulation in London also happened in the city of Barcelona. We have seen a lot of people moving out of the city centre, but also moving out of the city in other places. There is all over the media in Spain, in Catalonia, that there are people moving out of the cities. That's another point that it would be really interesting to analyse if it is research. But affecting then what we talk here about and what this festival space is about, events, what happened in Barcelona, which kind of new realities we will have it in the public space related to events. So during these 3 periods I explained before, the relation with events and spaces has been transformed radically, especially during the first period, what we call the shock period, the extremely lockdown between March and May 2020. The space has been changed, moved. innovate drastically, etc. But also all along these 3 periods, the relation between events and social diversity and their links with inclusion has been almost invisible, or even more absolutely disappeared. So therefore, first I will talk about the space, what we have been seeing, and then I will talk what we have been seeing in our research about this disappearance or invisibility of this link with diversity and social inclusion. So talking about the spaces, and especially during this period, March-May 2020, the shock period, the extremely lockdown, what we have seen is, we talk about this in other seminars, but is the creation of new imaginative events. So inventing new events as a social response, as a social need of the society during this extremely lockdown period. So in Spain, but also extremely in Barcelona, so we had this 8 p.m. applause to the health system, but also we see that this moment has been like a collective expression, so that alongside the applause, other events have been popping up, using also construction of new spaces. So offline spaces that are for us really, really interesting to focus in. For example, what we call the collective distanced gatherings. So for example, the unity expressed by neighborhood once a day, having a meeting with a distance space, and this expressing their unity against the virus. So my example here, I think it's a very interesting one. I think someone would put it, maybe Michael looked in the chat, the link about this case, because for me it was extremely illustrative. The case is called Mi Trepado a Berna. This is the gathering together of different kind of neighbors that are expressing themselves through this applause in the middle of a really, really like a highway in Barcelona, an artery of mobility of the city, the Ronda General Mitre. What happens there, it was amazing. Just a personal initiative, one person who decided to show and share music with their neighbors, develops like a togetherness, a gathering togetherness, a unity, a sense of belonging of these neighborhoods, neighbors that they never meet before, they didn't know each other before. Even in this moment, they start to celebrate Catalan traditional festivities like Sant Jordi. And this is a really, really good example. Another example is the spontaneous individual performances, like musicians that decided to share their music with the neighbors during also this extremely lockdown period. And other example here is opera singer, the soprano Begoña Alberti, who decided to show and to express themselves through music with their neighbors. These therefore are 2 examples to illustrate the necessity of the community, the reaction to develop something different, using different spaces. In that case, driving from private sphere to a public sphere, and consequently, as a result, building togetherness on the new symbolic space built, we could say, like a network of balconies, of roofs and nodes. The other thing that we have been seeing is this virtuality effects of a lot of festivals. We have been talking recently with a director of the DA Film Festival, the Festival de Cinema de Autor, who expressed himself that this hybrid model was really, really a positive experiences, because they gained much more audience than they would have it before. Therefore, from now on, they could not imagine their festival without these virtual positions. But also neighborhoods and festivities, we have been talking before, and the session before, Festas de Gràcia, that they moved to this virtuality. They had a very, very good example and exercise with that. So therefore, what we could consider then is that the event space during this pandemic in Barcelona has been changed, been transformed, and of course adapted to the crisis situation, from the virtuality to the new offline innovative spaces. Barcelona and its communities learned to adapt to the situation, and with above all, they will to accept. What's really strong to see here, and for us as a team researchers, is very interesting, is to see that the society, the communities, some collectives, they do not accept the cancellations of these events. Therefore, they allocate it in other spaces, innovative spaces, and as some kind of creative social responses. On the other side, the relation between events and the social diversity and their link with inclusion has been during this pandemic almost invisible, or more or less disappeared, as I say. So normally, before pandemic, diversity in events, although there is a lot of various institutions in Barcelona that they work very intensely in the city of Barcelona to promote and make visible this diversity as a characteristics of the citizenships, inclusion and this visibility through events in Barcelona is already in a normal situation really limited. So there are in general, there is a general will to generate some exchange and dialogues between communities, but nevertheless, it's really complicated to observe them concretely. Local authors, communities, or even administration see events obviously as a turning point where this type of transfer could take place, but nevertheless, it is really complicated to observe. Yeah, I try to finish here, but observing these interactions, we have seen that there are different kinds of typologies of interaction of different communities in Barcelona. First, we see the foreign traditional festivities, what we called before the cultural diversity events. These events that different communities develop in Barcelona, like the Chinese New Year, the Eid al-Adha, or among others. The other idea is to invite concretely communities to local festivities. That's a clear example with the carnival, inviting different people to develop the carnival, or inviting the different communities to the Three Kings Parade or to La Mercè, as Esteve Caramés explained it before. But the most interesting thing is also how communities occupied several kinds of local already existing festivities. That's exactly the carnival is here with the Bolivian communities as an example. So, but for all of this, what happened during pandemic, the most important representations has been the first type, so cultural diversity events, which more or less they keep their activity going on. Gael explained in the session before how the Chinese New Year moved completely online. But what happened is that not everyone could participate. Digitalization, we do not forget, is not easily for everyone. It's a costly transformation, and the access to these technologies is not for everyone. It's not the same. A family of Chinese community going outside, participating in a street parade. It's really different that all these 4 members family are linking through a computer to this community. So therefore, the observations, and I'm finishing, that we will make here from now on, and with Barcelona Research Group of Fast Spaces, we will see what happened. We are now focusing on 2 different cases divided in these different typologies, and then we will see in deep what happened with this situation. But the only hope that we can have here is then that in this sense is that we will find in the events not closely related to cultural diversity, but in events in other typologies, such as those that local Catalan community or popular culture, or those of cultural industries, where these social interactions between different members of different communities could be spontaneously gatherings. So, but we will see. I think we need to go further with our research. Probably at the end of the research, we will say more about that. But complicated. My resume here is interactions and inclusion, dialogue, diversity is complicated during pandemic, even though in Barcelona. I think that then we move here to Dublin with Bernadette.
Alba, thank you, Alba. So interesting listening to my colleagues there. I think the only certainty about going forward is that the festivals will continue to be a contested idea and a contested space. I mean, listening to Andrew there, wondering whether we're looking at post-festivalization. I mean, I think clearly festivals have been moving into the digital sphere, and that is definitely going to stay in some shape or form. But if we just think about how festivals have been creatively reworking physical public space over the pandemic, I think what we've seen really is a move toward more democratization in how festivals play a role. festivals have been very creative in, we've heard it from several cities, you know, the move to more localized staging. In effect, you know, taking festivals to people rather than asking people to come to festivals. I think we've seen quite a bit of that. And that is very much attractive from an inclusive perspective. I think there's been a lot about what's been happening that has been moving toward inclusivity. As well, I think in Dublin, we have seen a temporal shift. So we have seen festivals stage events outside of the normal confined festival period, almost such that they're turning into scheduled activities. And so we're moving away from the spectacular, perhaps, a little. And echoing something that Andrew said as well, we too have heard about how festivals can save money when they move away from the spectacular staging of an outdoor carnival type event, and they can use that money then. And in a community event context, you know, there's a lot to take from that. And again, that's all very good from an inclusive perspective. But moving to remember what Christina was talking about and the governance issues, you know, this is where the tension is going to come in. You know, how will we move forward? Will it be under this neoliberal approach to festivals, like we have been experiencing in the past? Or will we see cities place more emphasis on using festivals to think about inclusion and diversity? I can't say that I'm particularly optimistic about this, but it's certainly a moment to reflect on this. I mean, in contrast to the moves to the localized events, I do think that there will be pressure now once we move post-pandemic to restore key central civic spaces, because we've had this emptying out of these cities, and there's a huge need to bring people back in. And what better way to do so than the traditional tried and tested method of staging large events in these key civic spaces? So there will definitely be pressures to do that, but I really would be looking to governments now to be as imaginative as the festival sector has been, and to work with the festival sector to think about ways forward. So during the pandemic in Dublin, for example, we've seen a lot of work going into opening up the city, pedestrianising the city, allowing restaurants and cafes to spill out into the open area, to encourage outdoor socialising, in effect to slow the city down, to allow it be more of a pedestrian-friendly place where people can sit and stop and stay and socialise. And wouldn't it be good if we could see a move now to that happening in the context of festivals and events? To think not so much about large-scale public spaces, but to see us developing and investing in smaller, pocket-sized spaces all right throughout the city, possibly in a way that merge or could be integrated with indoor spaces. So I'm thinking about, you know, streets outside of venues, for example, or streets outside of theatres or cinemas or museums, you know, that will encourage cultural activities like festivals, spill out, enliven lots of parts of cities, not just great big designated public squares. But of course, that brings us into the question of regulation and licensing. And we've had a little talk about, I think it was in Glasgow perhaps, about loosening of regulations. We're going to need to see cities think more flexibly about regulating events and festivals if we're going to see this loosening up and this imaginative rethinking of how they might play out in the future. I mean, I suppose I would be concerned that cities now are going to be in big deficits. So how keen will they be to invest in cultural budgets? Again, I wouldn't be very optimistic about that either. I would be worried that budgets for cultural activities, budgets for community activities might lose out post-pandemic as cities try to address their budgets. One other point that occurs to us here, I think, as we're looking at the festival programming that's been happening during the pandemic, we've seen a growing emphasis, I think, on building awareness around the environment, around climate change, about connectivity to the world, the natural world in which we live. We've seen that. I'm thinking about Dublin Theatre. I'm thinking about several festivals that have been programming, and that is definitely coming in. I think that's a trend that may continue, and that would feed into the possible trend of more localized, more micro, more small scale activities, because it's encouraging people just to reflect on where they are in the world, quite literally. And I think post-pandemic in general, we're going to see a greater emphasis on the need to address climate change issues and to attend to the environment. Now, and I'm not even talking about parks. I'm just talking about thinking about the environment in all kinds of public spaces. And I think that I mean, you would like to think that might be something that might carry forward, and it might play a role in maybe festivals taking its part in the move towards cities becoming, you know, more ethical or more just sort of places to live. But it comes back down to governance. I think that's a key issue. Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand over now to David.
Thank you, Bernadette. Last but not least, this is the future. After 4 other speakers talking about the future, I think it's quite difficult. But I think I would like to stress, I think just the same things, that we're not through this yet, this pandemic yet, and there are many uncertainties, unknowns that I think are going to impact on both what public space looks like, but also certainly what festivals and events look like in the short term and medium and longer term. I think also, secondly, the economic conditions are likely to be very difficult. I think Bernadette's just talked about that, meaning that public funding is going to be difficult to secure unless there's a very clear, recognisable contribution to, that festivals or events can make to economic activity or social or health and well-being outcomes, which I think are likely to be maybe where the direction of festival events needs to move. Also, I think the effects of the pandemic are clearly significant and long-standing, and so I think we should be careful not to expect recovery, but also kind of repair to be that speedy. I think these are things, as Andrew said, it's hard to predict what's going to happen. I think more positively, I think it's the case that festivals and events are also important to the way that we sort of think about our shared cultural identity and experience of humanity. So people will want to gather, they will want to experience and share artistic and cultural activities in the future. And I think partly that's because of our need to make sense of the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic and the post-pandemic world. So there's a big questions out there about the world that festivals and events can be a kind of platform to have those discussions, whether they be about climate, sustainable urban living, all these kind of things that I think Bernadette alluded to. But I think what we're going to find is that public space and event purposes and genres will change, and we're going to sort of feed into that the kind of psychology of people, issues around about risk and mobility and travel. All of those things are going to be factors that we've probably not even discussed yet about global travel and whether people will travel to festivals and events. I think I like what a couple of people have mentioned. I think cities will need to develop strategies that rely less upon the staging of spectacular, kind of large-scale template festivals and events that are kind of quite often quite disruptive, I think, and perhaps have less relationship with place. And I think if there's no relationship with place, then I think it's more difficult perhaps to make that case of buying in kind of events just to have a particular economic effect in the short term. Because I think those are going to be more difficult to happen. And because we know they do alter the city's spaces for particular periods of time, and Andrew's point about people not wanting that, they don't want their spaces to be used up for that, I think certainly will be a factor there. I think we might see events taking place in more peripheral urban spaces because they're more controllable too. So in terms of the pandemic impacts, and especially in the shorter term, we've seen that already in terms of airports and more peripheral large areas, and I think that changes the dynamic of festivals and events too, compared to what we see, for example, in those kind of very much city centre kind of festivals. I think those that are about place, whether at the city level or neighbourhood level, are more likely to be more resilient and able to return sooner because they're rooted, and I think they have a broader social purpose. And I think Alba mentioned that, certainly in Barcelona. When aligned with established traditions or identities or communities, whether that be ethnic or other shared interests, then there's a greater anchor, an ontological anchor or purpose that's going to make it happen, even if it happens in a different way. And I think so those things are more sustainable because in events that are more reliant on participants and volunteers and others, that rather than those by paid organisers, especially from the city side, I think may again be be able to return in particular ways, maybe not in the scale that we saw before. I think we'll see certainly more trend towards distributed events. We've mentioned this already about the emphasis on neighbourhood and community celebrations. I think in Glasgow already there's been some discussion at the city level about how they can be enablers rather than stagers of events. Budget constraints mean that the big budgets for the big events may not be there, but they potentially will have other types of resources to share for more kind of community, health and well-being, social capital reasons that mean that actually they may provide resource to communities to be able to have their own festivals and events. And that's a distribution of that. I think the challenge around about that is, I guess, how you support the sector, how you support volunteers in the cultural sector to do those things, because that's probably not been the tendency to date. I think the hybrid model has been mentioned. I think it's clearly here to stay, though its form is certainly going to adapt depending on when people can return and what numbers and how soon. I think we've seen for some festival genres, online events or online versions of events can be equally enjoyable and can also certainly widen audiences, and that may extend the reach of a festival beyond the limits of a physical space, and I think that's to be welcomed, actually. And it can potentially contribute to debates around about inclusion, however we might define that. But we know there are challenges with hybrid models. You know, Glasgow Mellow, one of the events that we're looking at, is a gathering. That's the meaning of the word. And while the online attempt for that event in 2020 to run certainly helped some audiences deepen understanding of, for example, South Asian cultures, because they spent more time explaining and getting into depth about the social issues affecting populations, migrating populations living in Glasgow. The absence of the spectacular gathering, you know, certainly lessened the kind of awareness and impact of the event. So it's not either or. It's likely to be both. I think they're likely to see the gathering, but you're likely to see the hybrid dimension, the online dimension, add something, perhaps that depth of understanding and exploration you might get. Similarly, we have an event, an anti-racist Govan Hill International Festival and Carnival in Glasgow that we're looking at, and it's crucially about a physical place, a neighbourhood, a community with a very multicultural population. And many of the lived experiences and cultural practices of the people who live in that area are often performed via the annual carnival and procession. And without that, there's certainly a kind of loss of place specificity to it, and the importance of the kind of cultural mediation that happens within festivals and the way that festivals operate. So I think that's a bit of a challenge, but the hybrid model also clearly suffers from the fact that digital inequality still exists. So, I mean, I've been reading some stuff recently on data poverty, which is a massive issue for the most disadvantaged communities. So accessing streamed events and these online is just not the solution for those communities. And many do not have the type of fixed broadband connection that we're using today. And that means that you have to be careful not to kind of to exclude because of the reliance upon the digital space. I think some event genres are likely to proliferate, especially in the short term, because they're deemed less risky and can be done. So the light installations, the projections that we mentioned. I think there's some danger, I guess, around about the kind of quality and vibrancy of cultural life represented by some of the events and activities that are maybe more template models, like the drive-ins that we've seen, for example, more recently. And in some respects, they potentially do also erect further barriers. I think what Andrew has mentioned to the use of certain public spaces. And again, I don't think that's something we would necessarily want to see, albeit they've played a particular role in terms of providing entertainment during the pandemic. I think on a more optimistic note, I think there's a likelihood that we will see more creative use or reuse of underused, derelict or interim spaces, and that potentially, that festivals and events can perhaps play a role here. So they can animate those spaces, make those spaces interesting for people in neighbourhoods. So Bernadette, you mentioned in communities and neighbourhoods. Certainly in Glasgow, there's been a really interesting report recently from the Centre for Population Health looking at how important it is that neighbourhoods have good quality public space, small local spaces that they can go to. And I think that relates to cultural and festive spaces too in their areas. And so certainly, you know, Glasgow's hosting the COP21 Climate Summit in later this year. And there's already been a development site near the city centre that's been taken over by creative kind of collectives to explore and engage citizens on the future of the city with that climate focus. I think that's certainly going to be something we're seeing more of. There's always a danger here around, of course, the sort of capitalisation of those spaces and the tension of kind of spaces for development and their use as kind of community or creative environments. And I think that's something that's going to need regulation, development, co-production, you know, shared kind of understandings of ownership of these spaces. Otherwise, they will just become perhaps spaces that are kind of more like the art washing agenda that we've seen in the past. So the final point I would make is around about kind of the focus on inclusion and exclusion. And then certainly in Scotland during the pandemic, we've seen the National Events Agency emphasising the importance of equality, diversity, inclusion in the way that events return and return in the future. That's certainly also the same in Glasgow. Kind of new event strategy also emphasises that kind of inclusion agenda. And I think we may be in a position to strengthen the social value of festivals and events. But I think the danger there is that the economic crisis will no doubt affect the extent to which these good intentions will actually be fully realised. Because the reality is that we're going to be in a big financial mess, and there is a danger that some of the peak event experiences we've seen in the past will, for some, be seen as a solution to the problems that we're encountering. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's me done.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much to all for this really insightful discussion. We have so many issues at stake here. We see tensions arising, pressures from different interest groups trying to impact on governance and passing their interests, and we have here the scaling down versus the wanting to recover the lost time and the monetize or monetize spaces, how we can make more money, how we can recover that. And so quite a lot of tensions here. And we have quite a lot of questions as well from the public, which I will kind of try to pass to you. For example, we have here Jack Pedersen. He says, from a pessimistic view, it is even possible for meaningful sustainability initiatives and productive change to supersede economic concerns when authorities review their roles in staging events. So in the line I was telling, this is a question, I suppose, for everyone. So I don't know who's ready to take the floor to answer these questions on this more pessimistic view.
Could you just reiterate the question?
Yes, of course. Is it even possible for meaningful sustainability initiatives and proactive change to supersede economic concerns when authorities review their roles in staging events?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Can I start there?
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew, of course.
I think one thing I've tried to look at in my work is the changing role of, say, public authorities, local authorities in particular, in terms of their involvement in events. So traditionally, we've seen that as being one where they subsidise events or even stage events themselves. And, there's a sort of, public policy agenda there where they're using events as tools to try and, achieve various social and other public policy objectives. And I think that's one thing my work has tried to look at, is that role, certainly in London, has shifted slightly. So that actually there's less money for that type of activity now in terms of subsidising events, and it's more controversial which events get some of the public subsidy. That's always a source of controversy in London, which events, get sort of funding from the mayor and which events get sort of, win grants for public funding. So, and there has been the shift towards rethinking events as being not necessarily expenditure, but as actually a way of generating income. So that's one thing that my work is to do, and it will be interesting to see if that continues. And it is possible to imagine maybe that authorities have seen that there are obviously limits to that, and actually the situation of the last year has highlighted how precarious that income is. So actually, if you're reliant on higher fees, for example, that the pandemic has told us that isn't really a very sustainable way of funding public amenities or public spaces. But I do think, we're doing some work at the moment on events and sustainability for a forthcoming special issue, and that one of the sort of key points there really is that we can think of using events more imaginatively as tools to try and promote certain agendas. And Bernadette talked about climate change and other sustainability agendas, and I think we could, events could be leveraged more effectively to try and promote those types of things. So, ironically, one thing that they were being used for in London was obviously to try and think about reducing traffic, for example. trying to actually reclaim the street a little bit from motorised traffic and reimagining the street in London as being a social space rather than a transport sort of orientated space. And weird enough, again, the pandemic has had effects on that because, you know, certain events had made some progress on that agenda, but the pandemic has completely blown those efforts out of the water. It has been quite transformative in terms of that agenda. So it almost has, in some ways, highlighted the need for that, but in some ways, it sort of emphasised that events were making quite a small difference on that agenda. But the pandemic has made this absolutely, you know, sort of
blown.
Yeah, it's been a sea change in that. So,
okay. Yeah, great, Andrew. Alba, I think that asked for the floor to answer the question. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to, not trying to answer the questions, but putting an example here in Barcelona that we have seen that I think it's really illustrative. And it's, well, we talk about subsidies and support for the administration. The question that popped up to us was, what about the social reaction, that reaction that they don't need this support, just more than giving the okay to use the public space? It means for, I don't know, now security health issues. So we have been talking before with this Guillem, and he's an activist for popular culture, and he explained us it's clear that the people wanted to go out, they wanted to celebrate, they wanted to do their normal parties, festivities, identity activities. They then don't wanted to keep home anymore. Therefore, the support of the administration in this kind of events is relative. So that means that we need to understand a bit what Christina and Bernadette told us before, which procs we have from the administration, these neoliberal concepts of supporting festivals, big events for development, economic development, urban development, etc. All we wanted to support these community activations or community activities that in any way would be appear, because we need to understand in Barcelona, but sure in any other cities in Europe, the people needed to go out, to celebrate again, to be in touch again, to celebrate, do these gatherings, to identify themselves. So therefore, I just wanted to point it out. Of course, they
big process around about place, and that does include kind of sharing out the economic development beyond the city centre, but there's also major plans for redevelopment of the city centre that were underway before the pandemic, which were, you know, which have I don't think they've been thrown out completely, but there's now a kind of renewed focus on, well, actually, what does a city centre do and operate for? And Glasgow has certainly centralised its events in recent years. It's been a very kind of centralised focus in on the city centre. I think that the city centre being a different place will mean that that focus will be less important, because it's not simply going to be a kind of environment of retail and business like it's maybe been. So I think there are very big questions about how city leaders see their cities. So, you know, debates about 15 or 20-minute neighbourhoods or cities is going to be, you know, it's there in a lot of the rhetoric. It's certainly, again, in Glasgow, how you get to that point in a kind of economic crisis, you know, that could be the way out of it, but depending on how the leaders see it, then perhaps they kind of enshrine the approach they've been taking to date. So I think these are bigger questions than festival events, you know, as in festival events are not a major component in that decision making. What festival events will look like if you get a kind of more distributed environment with place, neighbourhoods, communities outside the city centre being more important, then festival events, I said, certainly can help make those places more livable, better places to live, which is again one of the kind of key focus of that place agenda.
Bernadette, do you want to add something to the question, or Christina, or I'll pass to the same? Well, as you wish. Yeah,
I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Me?
See, Christina, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, because I can't only see you and myself in the computer. No, just a short comment. Because like my colleagues already mentioned, I definitely see this as an ongoing shift pre-pandemic, that we are maybe in different ways and in different shifts, but all our cities are going through a shift towards more sustainable consumption and production. And of course, the pandemic is definitely a crisis we can use to push this development in the right direction, but it doesn't happen by itself, and it's a super complex issue. And I think as researchers, what we can do is to problematize and to bring up the issues and the questions and keep the discussion going and the learning processes and hopefully, and I think what we see in Gothenburg, and maybe that's a result of us being a rather sustainable society, that actually the tourism festival organizers, the public organization is shifting and doing more things that are more holistic than before. And I think that's a great step. But then in the end of the day, they have their companies and their organizations and the traditional festival and events, and they are dying if they are not sort of supported in one way or another. And you can think short term and long term about this, and that's very complex. And I think also that we need to change the way we evaluate and measure success of events and festivals, because we are very stuck in traditional measurement tools looking for economic growth, and that doesn't say anything about inclusivity or sustainability in general.
Yeah, totally agree. There's a big issue here, and the SDGs, as you were mentioning before, how we comply with that as well. We have further questions from the public, and we have David Tevan, and he says, my research on the arts festival sector in Ireland suggests that in 2020, there was a surge of energy that helped these organizations overcome the challenges that they faced. What is emerging now is a fatigue and the realization that this year is going to be possibly more challenging, year 2021. The fear is that these organizations, many existing on a shoestring, will not survive, and that communities will lose these really important social and cultural resources. Would any of the speakers have similar observations or experiences from their cities? Who's answering first? I don't know. Well, Bernadette from Ireland can, I don't know if you want to comment on that, if this is really the case or...
Well, thanks, Meta. Hi, David. I'd have to agree with you on that, because it's beginning to seem to be a really long road ahead still at this point. So yes, so fatigue and just lack of will and resourcing, and so there are real concerns about that. I mean, personally, my take on the creative sector's reaction in Ireland has been that it's been just tremendously resourceful. So I would be optimistic, David. I would be optimistic. I think it's a sector that's endlessly resourceful. And I was going to come in at the very end of the last question, actually, just to say that another development we haven't mentioned is that the event sector in general has become a lot more organized over the pandemic. And I think that's just not an Irish situation. I think we've seen that in other countries as well, possibly in Scotland, I think possibly in the Netherlands. Mm-hmm. So for the first time, really, the sector has gotten organized, developed a voice in order to speak to government. And so in Ireland, we have had a greater recognition of the sector than we have ever had before. And I suppose, the disappearance of festival activity almost had the effect of making it more visible or sound louder than ever before, simply because it disappeared. So I don't know what's going on in other cities, but I would take, I would take comfort from that. And I think that, Christina was speaking there and saying that the future, it's a movable feast, it's contested. We're moving toward more sustainable models, but only in a very contested manner. And it will take actors, this is a political process, it will take the voice of the cultural sector to keep shouting. But I think we've made a lot of progress in Ireland in recent months in that respect. I don't know what's going on in other cities.
Yeah. Who's taking the question? Any comment on that? Yeah, David, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the idea of fatigue, I think, is absolutely the case. It's been very difficult to see a kind of light at the end of the tunnel, and I think, as Andrew was saying, it's ongoing. It's still going. What the future looks like. We're still in the UK, right in lockdown. It is lockdown. It's not the lessening of restrictions. It's lockdown. I think so it's not easy to be positive and say, yeah, well, it's going to be this. But I think there are some learnings that probably have occurred in the first lockdown through the pandemic to date that means that festivals can be more resilient and potentially sustainable in a number of ways, economic and socially, after this. So, the hybrid stuff we've talked about, I think some festivals have really understood the value of what they do, and they've actually been able to monetize that. They've been able to, so not all genres and not all types of festivals are valuable in that way in terms of people paying to watch online, but certain types of music online, certain types of music in particular, it's a great experience watching it via high quality broadband streaming. Some really interesting ways in which people have staged things, performed things, using spaces actually that have been iconic in their own right. It's just that they're not physically gathering around about those spaces. So musicians in particular, they've been very, very creative around about that. But that doesn't sustain the sector, so I get that. But at least the learning from that means that when we do have the ability for people to gather, then I think you're going to see some really innovative staging where, yes, there's going to be maybe smaller gatherings, but you're still able to project that to quite a large audience that, I guess, will be more comfortable to pay for it. And I mean, literally, you're more comfortable to pay for it because the technology works better. You're actually feeling less concerned about data privacy, etc., because the models, the platforms are better. The quality is much better. People have understood. I think it was Alba who talked about how you plan within the confines of the pandemic. So organisers are beginning to plan as that is the reality. And I think when you think about staging your event in the future, say later this year into next year, you're staging it knowing about the digital dimension that you have to make sure is high quality. Otherwise, people won't pay for it. Anyway, so I think there are opportunities there, but I think in the short term, festivals that have operated in particular ways and have been totally reliant on audience coming to spaces or venues or whatever, I can see how that's really kind of, there's a lack of optimism there because you can't see that happening anytime soon.
Any more comments, or shall I pass to the next question? Yeah, we have still a few more. Andrew, yes.
No, just to say that I think that is the real worry, that will organisations survive, and will there be capacity to do things in the future be reduced by that? And again, in the UK, we've had various sort of schemes to try and assist cultural organisations. And again, I'm not an expert on those, but I know there have been some issues with those. I think they've privileged sort of larger providers sometimes, and I think some organisers have even not applied because they didn't necessarily need, there was a minimum amount of money you could apply for in the Cultural Recovery Fund, I think, for example, and things like that. So this is a real concern. And I think, again, anecdotally, it's amazing how many people you hear who work in the event sector or the festival sector who've either retrained or been redeployed in, working in COVID test centres, working for TV and production companies now into that side of things, which has where events managers can use their skills, but in a slightly different setting. And so again, there's a positive way of looking at that it's an incredibly flexible and resourceful sector, but there is a real worry about what sort of capacity we're left with post-COVID to actually organise, especially sort of arts festivals and smaller cultural events.
Well, we have further questions regarding sustainability. I think this is a big issue here, and people who are attending the debate are asking. For instance, Jordi Oliva says, following what is happening in Sweden, the UK, and I think it is similar here in Germany, it seems like we are taking back to nature, parks and green spaces. What about Ireland and Spain? And furthermore, how festivals can become more sustainable due to this pandemic effect? Is public administration assuming that sustainability should include social inclusion? Is there a real debate there, or is something which is really just in academia, or is it something which is in our circles and not really there with politicians and policymakers, etc.? So Ireland, Spain, Alba, do you want to
Yeah, I can start. So thank you, Jordi, for the question. I think it's really a good point. From the Spain and Barcelona perspective, you ask about if the administration really take care about the sustainability issues. Of course, they take care about environmental issues. Like no plastic, not being so loud, taking care about neighbors, etc. But there are things that are not really taken care. So what you ask about is social inclusion inside the sustainability parameters from the administration. Our answer, what we have seen during the research, is no. So administration, they do explain what they do understand about inclusion, diversity, multiculturalism, but they do not explicitly linked events organized by the administration or with strong support by the administration that are or have the goal to develop this interconnection in a social ways. So sadly, we have seen that. So of course, now the administration, the city council is aware and really aware of the things that the political color of the administration now is really take care of these issues. But when we look on the published administration papers, they do not explicitly say anything about this link. And this is really sad because I'm not sure why we could talk about social sustainability when events are not inside. It is a good point here. When we see that these massive gatherings, community gatherings, even in this neoliberalism concept, gatherings, social gatherings generate social interaction. And of course, each person has his own profile, and we could talk about, in any case, sure, a kind of interaction, a kind of inclusion. But politicians nowadays, from the Barcelona perspective, do not write it down. So I don't know if this is a point here, but I think it's at least illustration what happened in Spain.
Mm. I mean, I think in Ireland, when it comes to festivals and events, there's an awful lot of scope to get better on sustainability management. I'll just put it like that. So we just think about green, if we think about environmental sustainability, that's definitely an area where I would think that sustainability practices in the festival and event sector lag behind, definitely. But there is recently you can see a growing consciousness of that inside the organisations themselves and at city or local authority level in terms of pushing environmental practices, better environmental practices. During the pandemic, I think the questioner asked about this at the start. During the pandemic, I mean, in Ireland, we have had a tremendous increase in the use of our parks for all kinds of uses, including, for just general recreation as people have been confined to home areas, and so they've been going into their local parks. But Dublin is nothing like in terms of sort of London and the difficulties that David talks about in the overuse, over-commercialisation of parks. But we are seeing a shift in that direction. We are moving toward a scenario where we are seeing more commercial events being staged inside our parks. But I really don't see much of strategizing at city levels around that or around managing that. We don't necessarily see problems manifesting themselves at the moment, but I don't think we have a great consciousness of what could happen if this develops down into the future. So I think we've a lot of work to do in that regard.
I think we have first David and then Christina, who raised their hands to speak. So David, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a number of layers here. So I think, there's individual festivals and events being concerned about, equality, diversity, inclusion. I think probably there's been some strides forward in that in terms of each individual event being aware of its responsibility in that sense, and some standards, etc., around about that. I think ironically, the pandemic has also probably shown us with the digital events, it's shown some festival events how they can become more accessible. Or exactly, specifically maybe for those that maybe can't get there with mobility needs and otherwise, then the online activity may well actually be, allow more people to participate and access that kind of cultural or artistic expression. So I think there's some benefits there. I think the real problem is the mixed economy of delivery of festival and events in each of the cities we're talking about, because there's a lot of private operators that run events, that are given permission by the local authority municipality, but they're not included as being part of the strategy for inclusion, for example, within the city. Publicly owned and run events, they probably adhere to standards again and are really practicing, pushing on some of that agenda. Third sector community events, again, they may be in receipt of funding to some extent or to support in some extent, but again, they may or may not have the capacities or the skill sets or the resources to be able to focus upon those big and important issues. So I think it's that lack of coherence of strategy there around about, okay, in the city of Glasgow, how are we using festivals and events as a kind of agenda to promote inclusive agendas, progressive agendas? There's some events you can control and many that you can't really. You have a stake on a little bit, but it's not easy to. So I think, as I said just at the end of my last discussion, I think there is a move towards that. There's a bigger rhetorical agenda at the national and city level. So it'll just be interesting post-pandemic because of all those other issues as to whether these issues are deemed important enough within the kind of just, I think Bernadette said, the just city. It may be that is actually a push towards that, but again, there may be some threats to that too.
Yeah, Christina, if you want to add your thoughts on that.
I mean, David said more or less what I wanted to add to the discussion, but I could say something based on my observations from Gothenburg anyway. I think what is going on in Sweden and in Gothenburg in many ways are good examples of where we have ambitious goals to incorporate sustainability into event and festival strategies. However, and referring to what David just said, I think one of the problems is that we tend to have a tourism-centric approach to focus on how tourism can solve societal issues, while the problem many times are much bigger. And the effect or consequence of such an approach is that we don't have enough knowledge to understand how tourism or festival or events activities, how they impact society on a more holistic way, or we don't have a more holistic understanding for it. And I think that is a key. And I think, for example, we have rather ambitious goals when it comes to implementing the SDGs in the Swedish society, for example. But I don't think that it's something that the tourism and the festival and events industries actually use in an appropriate way. I think it's a tool that it's definitely under used, and it's there, so it should be easy. And I think when it comes to climate and environmental sustainability, we have come much more further than with social sustainability, that I think many stakeholders experience is a more complex perspective or aspect of sustainable development. And of course, if you have a long history of working with environmental sustainability, it's a completely different thing to work with social sustainability. So you have to bring on new competences and knowledge to be able to do it, and you have to work with governance in a different way. And just a final thing, which I think is very interesting when we are talking about that a lot of a substitute perhaps for going to festivals and events, it's going out in nature instead, and to self-organize festivals in Sweden. But we have a huge problem right now with overcrowding and littering, and the fact that and that's a sustainability issue, and it is caused by the new consumption of public space, if you like. So I think it's super complex, and we need to have this holistic governance and understanding for what is going on and the effects of different activities.
Yeah, it's certainly a very complex issue. We have just 5 minutes. I might just go through the next question and see if we can shorten the answers. But anyway, well, we have Xavier Villanueva, and he asks, participants in the previous session have emphasized the efforts for maintaining presentiality in their events, even though a different presentiality. What are your thoughts on the importance of presentiality? And I would add maybe in terms of the segregation of collectivities, without this possibility of gather together, and create new networks of people, So the presentiality allows that somehow. And what is the role and in segregation, inclusion, exclusion, and all that? Mm-hmm. Anyone? Alba, yeah. Go ahead.
I can add something here. So thank you, Xavier, for the question. So definitely. So without presentiality, it's really complicated, this social context. Of course, we can do that. We are doing that now. So it was supposed to be in Barcelona, the seminar physically presential, and of course it's great to have it here. I have seen between 30-40 people watching us live, and it's incredible the capacity that technology gives us to reach certain kind of people. But we do not forget everything that we lose doing it online. I mean, the contact, the physical contact, the presentiality brings gatherings, society, events, family meetings, something different that the virtuality would never give us again. So therefore, from my perspective and for the research that I have been doing in Barcelona with a team of researchers from the FEST spaces, we could say it's incredibly important to get out again, to get contact again. And in terms of inclusion and diversity, much than ever, because now these groups are closed down, are isolated. Even Gael tell us the previous session. So again, Chinese family for 4 members, they could go outside without problems to share something, to experience events, etc. But now what they do, maybe this family, it's more complicated to get 4 people in front of the computer to understand something that sometimes is different. Therefore, there are boundaries, and still being boundaries, we could not understand that the virtuality would bring us what the presentiality bring us when we do something live, face-to-face on the streets. And yeah, I think that's the point of view from us here.
Right. We have just 1 minute if anyone wants to add, otherwise I will close the session. Any more thoughts on presentiality and issues? Yeah, David? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just very quickly. I mean, I think Alba has made a great point there. I mean, I think one of the things that we were looking at in our project was the way in which bringing people together, experiencing others, in convivial environments, meeting strangers. You've got the kind of debates about stronger or weaker ties and links between people. All of that was kind of the direction of what we were looking at, where people gathering, understanding about what that value might be. And I think without those gatherings, clearly we have new methods. We need to understand, does that happen? Do those networks happen online? In what way? Because I was just given that example about the Chinese family. I think certainly more marginalized populations, poor on digital access, living in particular housing environments, living with poor public space, they are in a very difficult situation. And actually, that is a kind of major challenge, I think. And festival events coming back in presence in some way will be, I think, important.
Yeah, I think Bernadette wants to add something to
just very quickly. Yeah. I agree with my colleagues. Absolutely, we miss the physical presence. However, we've been studying one community event, which is located in it's an inner city, difficult, problematic socioeconomically area. And it's very territorialized physically, the area. And historically, the community event organizers have had difficulty in getting people to mingle and to socialize and to come out of their territories inside this relatively small space. And virtually, they managed it much more effectively. Really interestingly, and we were so surprised by the findings. So sometimes the virtual can break down physical barriers is my key point. And so while I do while the physicality is hugely important, the virtual space and the virtual technologies do give us potential as well.
Yeah. Well, we haven't got more time to discuss. Well, I'm sure the discussions will go ahead and in our writings and our thoughts on what's going on. Certainly has been a very fruitful session. And I just want to thank you, all of you, Bernadette, Andrew, Christina, David, Alva, and well, maybe see you all in the next session, which will be at, let me check the time, yeah, 14:30 until 16 or so, 4 p.m. And it will be a round table with the title Festivals com a espais d'interacció social. So what does the future hold for festivals and events as a spaces of inclusion and sociocultural interaction in post-pandemic times? So thank you very much to all, and see you all next session. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session of the FestSpace International Seminar, which is entitled Festival as Spaces of Social Interaction. What does the future hold for festivals and events as spaces of inclusion and social cultural interaction in post-pandemic times? There's a nice long title there. I'd like to introduce myself. I'll be the moderator for this third session of the day. My name is Julie Wilson. I'm an associate professor in geography at the Open University of Catalonia, the UOC, and a member of the FestSpace project research team. My interest in festivals and events has gone back some 20 years when I did originally some research on the cultural capital of Europe and the Barcelona Forum of Cultures 2004. And more or less kept following the debates surrounding events ever since, and it's a topic that really motivates me to participate today. So I'd like to briefly introduce the wonderful lineup we have here this afternoon for cultural sector professionals of first level. First we have Susan Kirby. Welcome, Susan. Susan is the executive, well, until late last year was the executive director of the Dublin St Patrick's Festival, a festival which, having been postponed in 2020, now returns in March via a special TV channel, and we're looking forward to hearing about this festival. And she's also executive director of Screen Producers Ireland, which is a membership organisation representing creative entrepreneurs in independent production and related to film, television and animation in the island. And effectively, Susan's a very engaging, very active creative industries leader with over 20 years experience in the cultural sector. So we're very glad to have us with her today. Welcome, Susan.
Delighted to be joining you. Thank you.
We're also delighted to have with us today Fran Heggie from the Edinburgh International Festival, where she's the executive director of this very well-known event. Probably needs no introduction, the event, but it is worth underlining that it stands out as with this aim that it has to bring world-leading artists together with audiences, so kind of a proximity focus there. When the event takes place over 3 weeks in general, and generally counts on the kind of the best cultural production at a global level, So as with the St Patrick's Day Festival, the 2020 edition of the Edinburgh International Festival didn't go ahead, but is looking forward to a strong return this year in 2021 if the circumstances allow. So we're looking forward to hearing from Fran as the executive director of this remarkable festival as well. Welcome, Fran.
Thank you, Julie.
The third participant we have today is Begoña Ruiz del Infante, who is our local panelist here based in Barcelona. She's a translator, interpreter, and public service mediator, and an expert in interculturalism and intercultural communication. And she has a long trajectory of experience by different collaborations in assessment and elaboration of studies, and has worked for organisations such as the Secretary of Immigration of the Generalitat de Catalunya, which is the regional government here in Catalonia, the Department of Education as well in Catalunya, as well as the City Hall of Barcelona, UNESCO Catalunya, different universities and cultural institutions in the city. She's won a number of team and individual awards for neighbourhood diversity and intercultural initiatives. So we're very excited to hear about her experiences in relation to this kind of initiative and cultural sector here in Barcelona. Welcome, Begoña.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Sorry. And last but by no means least, you have Tasso Staflidis, who is from the city of Gothenburg in Sweden. He's a strategist in the area of arts and culture and social sustainability in Gothenburg and Company, which is the destination tourism and event company owned by the city of Gothenburg. He also has a considerable experience in the festival world. Until September of last year, he was the general manager of Gothenburg Culture Festival, one of the largest festivals in Scandinavia in cultural terms. And he's also was the president of West Pride, Sweden's second largest Pride festival, and a board member of the Swedish Royal Theatre in Stockholm. He's been working as a professional in the cultural field since 1989 and has held many different leadership positions in theatre, dance, music, and of course festivals. So I think you'd all agree that we have a very strong lineup this afternoon with different perspectives from different countries and different contexts, and I hope that we'll have a really nice debate on the topic of festivals, social inclusion, and these kind of issues of proximity and being there that festivals have always implied throughout history. So, okay, I'd like to just segue into the first question, if I may, if we're all ready. We might argue that festivals and events have been often perceived as a solution to a raft of policy challenges way and beyond the festival and cultural domain, and we move in here to other policy domains such as urbanism, economic development, tourism, and social policy, for example. And we might also argue that certainly in some cases that this expectation that festivals and events can contribute to the challenges beyond the cultural sector is a very high expectation, and perhaps in a post-pandemic context is a little unfair to let this responsibility fall on a sector that's been hit so hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. That having been said, if we focus on, for the moment on the social policy domain and it's linked with the world of festivals, this might make sense in the kind of landscape we're facing as we move through and out of the pandemic. Hopefully we move out of the pandemic sooner rather than later. And this may make sense in that festivals and events have some kind of potential to contribute to social inclusion objectives and build bridges in a way for social and cultural exchange, while also generating social benefits for the places that host them, and most importantly of all, for their inhabitants. So keeping this in mind, and here I'd like you not just to bear major festivals in mind that you pertain to, but also think about small-scale local events and festivals on a much more local scale. I'd like to ask you all, do you consider that festivals and events are in a position to contribute to social inclusion in the context of a new normal, whatever that new normal might be? And does this possibly hold benefits for society and for the event sector, which finds itself in troubled times? So how can, just to reiterate, how can festival events contribute to social inclusion in this context of a new normal? I'd like to ask Susan first, please.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Julie, and hi to everybody. I suppose I would say categorically 110%, more if I could give it more, that festivals and events have the ability to contribute very positively to social cohesion and social inclusion. And I would also argue, I know you said that potentially it's a weight to place on major festivals and events and smaller festivals and events. I think it's actually a challenge that the sector is more than capable of standing up to and meeting, if properly resourced and understood to do so. I think there's an opportunity for the sector to
to have a wider engagement, which I would have been advocating for my entire career, that festivals and events may happen at a distinct period of time, but in fact we all know they are living organic entities throughout the year that require ongoing support and engagement and continuous investment in to grow. But actually I think, you know, speaking on a very personal level, I just, the concept, how uplifting the concept would be to me right now to gather together, actually even in a small group, while I might be dealing with crowds of like 500,000 people, a couple of hundred people gathering together in a shared experience for me right now as a concept is just so uplifting. So I think we have to place huge importance on it. I think we have to back it. I think the sector is able to stand up to it and creatively respond to the challenges that we have, but it needs realistic investment, as it has always needed, never more so than now. So, but I believe this has afforded us an opportunity to rethink space, to rethink how we engage with this, whatever the space is that we live in, and how we invite tourists and visitors to our cities and our towns and our countryside, and how they use it. And actually I think festivals, events are really good vehicles to test what we want to take forward. So yeah, I 110% would say they are absolutely a vehicle for social cohesion and inclusion. And actually I challenge the sector to come up with some creative solutions to some of the challenges that we face with the proper investment.
Okay, thank you very much, Susan. Perhaps we pass on to Fran.
Sure. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I mean, I think it's a huge question, isn't it? And I think we could probably spend hours and hours thinking about it. I suppose my starting point would be that, like Susan, certainly there's an opportunity and there's the potential for festivals and events to do this, but perhaps not all festivals and events. I think you have to consider why a festival or event is there in the first place, and perhaps for some of the more commercial events, some of the larger ones, maybe social inclusion and social cohesion isn't uppermost in their organisational mission, which I think is fine, because we need a broad spectrum of events within the landscape and the ecology in order to have a healthy industry. But I think for those of us for whom the social policy is a sort of integral part of what we are, and certainly for the International Festival, our founding mission was to engender the flourishing of the human spirit. So really why we exist is to bring people together and to find moments of commonality. But I think the pandemic has done a couple of things that are in some ways useful to us. First of all, it's made us stop, and although that's terrible, it has allowed us perhaps to stand back and be forced to consider creative solutions to some of these challenges that we've been faced with. And it also forces us to perhaps reevaluate what is good about festivals and what it is that we can bring. And I don't know about my other colleagues, but I have never been asked for so much data on what we do and the impact of what we do within the last 12 months, as I think governments and authorities try to grapple with how they plug the gap that we have taken up, that we're not able to fulfill at the moment. So, I mean, I think what it's done is bring into very sharp relief the role that festivals and events play in society. Not only are we providers of employment, you know, we give jobs, real jobs to real people on the ground, but we also are stimulants for the local economy. So it's also the restaurants and the travel companies and the taxi drivers and the bars that rely upon us as well. And with the absence, certainly in Edinburgh at the moment, with no festival happening and no fringe happening, it's left a huge gap in the local economy. So I think that we need to be mindful of the sort of what isn't there, as well as some of the sort of social impacts around health and well-being and mental health that we know that festivals and events can bring. So I think at the moment we're faced with a number of challenges. Certainly as we're planning to come back, perhaps at a smaller scale. And so the range of opportunities that may have been there in the past perhaps won't be there to the same extent, either for participants or audience members or people working in the industry. So we need to kind of grapple with that. I think we're finding when it comes to our normal work around social inclusion and working in communities, that those communities are currently still in crisis mode. So they're not able perhaps to engage with us in the same way and to the same extent, because they are still trying to put food in people's mouths and make sure that people are okay. So I think there's a time lag in the response to how we kind of address some of this. And then perhaps lastly, I think there is something around the move to digital. Whilst it has been useful in some contexts, it perhaps just exacerbates some of the inequalities that we see in society, because those people that have been most affected by COVID tend to be those people who have the least access to digital and high-speed broadband as well. So I think the move to digital, whilst it can be helpful, isn't a panacea. It doesn't solve all of the issues that we do have. So I think for us, we are focusing our thoughts and our experiments around locality and working in neighbourhoods over the next few weeks and months to think are going out, they're probably going to go out less frequently, so they're going to be more selective about what they do go to. And finally, the people, I think, perhaps have less money than they had in the past, and so they are going to think really carefully about what they do spend their money on. So all of that is being fed into our planning at the moment. I'll probably pause there.
Okay, thanks very much, Francisco. Begonia.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Well, I agree partially with Susan and Fran. I would say a big part of it I agree with you, but also another point of view, my point of view, is because I work in a very small scale activities and events in neighborhoods with a big number of persons coming from different cultures. And then the way we do work is very different from the industry. But I hope that we, from the very small scale events, can also say something that is interesting. I agree totally with you that I think all kinds of cultural events can work for the building of the social inclusion, especially if they are built upon the principles of interculturality. And that's something that in the beginning can be a little bit let's say not difficult, but we have to think about it. It's not something natural, but it can become very natural when you put it in practice. What we do in our small neighborhoods is to work with these principles, the recognition of diversity, work for equal rights and equity, and try to work also for positive interaction and intercultural dialogue. And we also try to consider diversity as a very big thing, not only cultural diversity, but other diversities we also have in our neighborhoods, like sexual diversity, generational diversity, and functional diversity. And we try to mix all of them, or if we can, with entities that we have in the surroundings. Sometimes we can't have all of them in the neighborhood, some other times not. Our public is the neighbors, and our events are community events. They have not a lot of money, but yes, they do have a lot of entities and technicians, people working on that. In these societies we have that are so diverse, when we invite the people to work in a team, the first thing we try to do is to have them in the team from the very beginning. Let's say we co-produce, and to co-produce is from having the idea, maybe somebody has the idea, then we meet, and then we do all things together. Does not happen 100% of the little events we do in our neighborhoods. It happens maybe in 40, 50, 60% of the events. Many of them are connected with special dates, like the day of the International Women's Day, one thing like that. And people, the event is almost decided and people just come and do something, or they are invited at the very late moment, at the very last moment, just to have diversity, just to have a representation of the minorities in the neighborhood or in the district or in the city. This is something we have to work very hard, just to put this idea of participation from the very beginning of the events. And we think that working in this way, it really contributes to the empowerment of the minorities and give them a sense of belong to a place, and to have the sensation that the feeling that this place belongs to them, and then they can ask for this public space to do things in this in a square or in a library or in an institute or in a theater in certain moments. And it's in this way that we generate new links between people and new ways of doing things. And for the sector, sometimes we have the good luck to have theater companies with us also, or people working with sound or with light. And for them, it's also a very interesting situation, because many times, for the first time, they are in contact with persons coming from other cultures, and opens them a new field of work. Well, that's my first contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begonia. Some great points there. I'd like to hand over to Tasso. Dr. Healy, when you're ready.
Thank you. And I agree with Susan, Fran, and Begonia, sure. And I will try to not repeat what they said, and maybe give some more examples of what we are doing. And actually my answer is yes. Yes, we can. We can contribute in many ways. But first of all, the question about how we are talking and how we are discussing about this issue in the art fields. There are many artists that still are questioning if this is their main thing to do, and we always have to defend the artistic freedom and also stand by it. And it's important, therefore, to find methods where our conscious artistic choices can contribute to and have effects on the society. So I will give you some examples also, as Begonia told about the participation. I will start to give you one thing that was very successful. I mean, we have always been successful regarding to social diversity and the participation in Gothenburg Culture Festival here in Gothenburg, a city-owned festival. But in 2015, Sweden received 163,000 refugees, and 72,000 were Arabic speaking. This means that the Arabic language in Sweden is the second biggest language after Swedish today. For 5 years in a row, we have booked superstars from Arabic countries as Elisa, Najwa Karam, and Nancy Adram. And the interesting or tragic thing was that the Arabic-speaking visitors made up between 3 to 4% of the festival visitors that time. The concert of the Arab superstars have attracted between 38 to 58% Arabic-speaking audience, an audience that thereby also got to discover and experience other program acts and items. And the best of all, when we started our audience survey with this target group, it turned out that between 30 to 40% of the Arabic-speaking target group never made any other cultural visits during the year. Through our concerts, we managed to get visitors to increase their cultural visits, and already after 3 years, the number had dropped from 40% who did not make any other cultural visits during the year to 11%. And to compare the figure for other festival visitors, it's 8%. So, I mean, this is an evidence that we can if we want, but our main issue is to first know and book or produce something that we want to do for artistic and artistic quality reasons, and then we can add what can this do and what can this contribute to their society. And there is many more examples. I mean, when you're working with children, always try to mix different children's school classes from different schools in different geographic areas, from different hoods, so you can mix children with different backgrounds. Earlier today, you heard that Gothenburg is one of the most segregated cities in Sweden, and in our festival we always let people from all geographic hoods and youth people to work with us in the festival, and in the future they will be our ambassadors and help us to invite a new audience for the future. So we can do a lot. The question is always, do we try or not?
Okay, thank you very much, Tasson. The perspective from Gothenburg and some interesting points on the mix of participation, particularly where younger generation is concerned. Thank you for all your responses to that question. Some really good take-home points for me from Susan, for example, that the festival sector should be capable of shouldering some of these kind of broader social burdens in terms of social transformation goals. But as long as resources are available to do so, and do so with some kind of coherence. In Fran's sense, some smaller points about what probably is looking like a smaller scale and more nuanced return to the festival scene for bigger festivals at least. And also some important points about the accessibility into the digital sphere. I mean, we assume we're reaching audiences, but then of course, as Fran points out, the existing inequalities can be really exacerbated in this sense, in making sure that people have access to decent speed broadband and so on. In Begonia's sense, I think the really good take-home point for me is that co-production in the festival's context is key to inclusivity and social inclusion. That's a really important point there. And finally, in Tassos's sense, I think that point about we can achieve kind of the more social inclusion objectives, diversity objectives, if the effort is made to reach these different collectives, but it needs to be done imaginatively, and also promoting the mixing of audiences from a younger age is one mechanism by which this can be achieved. So some really interesting points emerging there. Let's continue with the second question, which I fielded to the four of you to reflect upon. There's been a lot of talk. I mean, I do a lot of work in relation to tourism impacts, and there's been a lot of talk about a kind of dichotomy in whether the tourism sector will recover or we should be aiming for recovery, or whether this is an opportunity for reconfiguration and a kind of reset of tourism. And I'd like to kind of bring this dichotomy over to the festivals sector, and in the case of your different experiences with festivals. When we talk about future festivals and events, mostly cultural events in a post-pandemic context, are we talking about recovery? Is the goal recovery, or are we talking about reconfiguration and the opportunity to do things a bit differently in the future? And as a kind of second part of that same question, what importance will social inclusion have for organisers in this reconfigured or recovered future festival? Perhaps this time we could start with Fran. When you're ready.
Sure. So I think the short answer is probably both to those things. In that, yes, when we're looking at recovery, I think we're also looking at rediscovery too, because I don't know about the rest of the panel, but I feel a huge nostalgia for going to events and going to festivals and being with other people. And I think that role that we are able to play in providing escapism and joy for people, we mustn't underestimate that, and how the impact of that, when it's been missing over the last 12 months, I think has been huge, actually. So I think we also need to bear in mind that we need to recover the economic impact that we provide within a city or a town or a country, and the importance of the provision of jobs and support that we give to the economy. And I think particularly for the United Kingdom, at a time when we've left the European Union, that's even more acute to us, because festivals and events is an industry in which we like to think we are a leading player. And so any kind of world in which we aren't back doing what we think we do well is really troubling to us. However, I think it's inevitable that there will be a degree of reconfiguration. I think what we've all experienced and are experiencing now is a collective fracture of what we knew and of the status quo, and so it takes time to reset that. And I think we will configure what we do in a slightly different way. It may involve more digital, with some of the caveats that we've talked about. It may be that we do things more locally in order to work with our communities and work with our neighbourhoods. It may be, if people are more choosy and perhaps less willing to take risk when they come back, it may be that we have to do fewer things but of better quality, perhaps. It may be that we have to look at enhanced health and safety measures for quite a long time. And I think certainly what we are all doing now is re-examining our priorities and what our sense of purpose as well, if you like. But I think one thing I would perhaps caution against is what we call analysis paralysis, which is when you spend so much time going back to basics and going back to the beginning to interrogate what it is we're here for and what it is we do. I think we have to remember that we have a great industry, we have a great sector. And yes, there are amendments we need to make in order to ensure that we are delivering what we do equitably. But that doesn't mean ripping it up and starting again completely, because what that will do is to inevitably bring in a delay to getting back and providing those jobs and that income and that livelihoods for people working within our industry. So that's just perhaps a little note of caution. But I think, as I said earlier, I think for those of us that receive public funding, I think there is a moral imperative to work towards social inclusion and to be as broadly accessible and welcoming as we can. So from our perspective in Edinburgh, one of the ways in which we are doing that is really focusing on the local and thinking about our relationship with the city as a whole, but really down to neighbourhood level, and how we can how we can attract a whole new generation of young people who are interested in the festival, who are fans of the festival, who perhaps see themselves not just performing at the festival, but working in the festival, so that we can start to, as Tassa was saying, start to encourage a whole new generation of people to discover us and want to get involved with us. So I think there are many techniques that we could use, but focusing on the local and the neighbourhood is one that we're employing.
Thank you very much, Fran. Can we move on to Begoña?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Fran. Very interesting. In my case, I prefer to talk about reconfiguration, but also because I work in another kind of events, different from the one Fran was talking about. And reconfiguration in the sense that in Chinese there is a word, like in English, crisis, that is made of two characters. The first one is wei, that is danger. And the second one is ji, that is opportunity. I used to work with the Chinese community, and they very often talk in the last year about this pandemic time, like a weighty, like a danger, big danger that makes us to think all together about ways of solve the problems we have and try to have new opportunities. Among the festivals I participate in Barcelona, there is one that is a more bigger event and is the Chinese New Year in the city. Last year, 2020, 3 days before the festival was going to take part in the Arc de Triomphe in Barcelona, a very nice, beautiful event with more than 1,500 people making a line with dragons, with Catalonia animals, with all kind of popular culture from China and from Catalonia. We had to stop. The Chinese community was very worried and very concerned about the pandemic in China, and they just said, so sorry, we cannot go out in the streets because we are suffering. We think about our country and we don't know what's going to happen there, and we're very, we cannot go on with this big party with Barcelona. The name of the festival, it is called Chinese New Year with Barcelona. It was at that moment that all the Catalonia entities, popular entities and big organizations like the City Council, Casa Asia House, today in the morning you could listen to one of the person working in Asia House also in this project, Gaël Patin-Laloy. Everybody respect this and stop the festival. The year went on, the pandemic arrived to Europe. It has been very difficult for all of us, but when July, August, September arrived, people start to talk what to do with the next Chinese New Year. We will stop it here. We will continue to do in which way. So in September, October, a group of persons met and said, well, maybe we have two opportunities. One is to try to make a hybrid festival, partially in the streets, partially online, or let's see if it's going to be everything online. Finally, we are going to open the festival tomorrow, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, totally online. And I'm so pleased to tell you, we have 56 organizations working together for this new Chinese year online first experience. What I also want just to point here, sometimes working in this festival, it has been seen as just a folkloric event when people go in the top of a stage and sing and make the nice things they know to do. The Chinese, the Catalonia people, the Barcelona people, the people from India also taking part in the event. But it's much more than that. It's a human process. It's a process of meeting the people, decide what to do, how to do it. Our first meeting with the cultural groups in October this year, the first day of the meeting was very, let's say, sad. People was very sorry about not being in the streets, in the public spaces for many months. And they said, what can we do? And we all decided we will do as much as we can. And that's going to be good enough. Some of the people just working with us with a picture. Some other, many of them, I invite you to go to our a web page that tomorrow will be there, made their own videos from home. Some others have made webinars. And very important, we decided that our connection with China that now is, from the economic point of view, it can be a good partner for the recovering of the economy of our city, because we also have a lot of students coming here, tourism coming from China. So we decided also use this platform, not only like a popular culture platform, but open it to other events like webinars about tourism, about universities or gastronomy. So the Chinese gastronomy here, or who knows, maybe next year also the Catalonia gastronomy for the Chinese people coming to the city. We expect that our festival next year will be in the street and also will continue online like we have started this year. This is our dream, maybe we will see.
Apologies there. I'm back.
So that's why I was thinking more about reconfigured than recovered. I think the street is there waiting for us. People is eager to go back to the streets. The streets will be plenty of people as soon as we can go to the streets in a safe way. And what we have is one more window. We have this virtual window that we have not used before. And who knows, I think it's a good opportunity for all of us to work with this. It's very small groups of popular arts or schools in the neighborhood or people who are more professional have started to use these tools. And this is a plus. This is something extra we are winning for the future. And the streets will be always there. These Spanish people will like to be in the street. So, and the Chinese in Spain too, and the rest of the people who come to visit us, they also like this way of living in the street, this natural way of you are walking and you listen to a concert or you have a little piece of theater. One thing I also want to share with you, that when you start to work together with the minorities in the neighborhoods, in small festivals or in small events, it is a very normal way of doing the things. And what in the beginning was very special, that there was a Chinese person singing or a Pakistan group of children dancing, at the end is something normal because it's the real picture of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begonia. And my apologies there, I just had a small connection problem, but I'm back in the building. So, what's your perspective on the second question?
First of all, I want to say thank you to Begonia and all the wishes for you. It's fantastic. Gothenburg has its anniversary this year. Our city will be 400 years this year, but we cannot celebrate it. We will do it in 2 years, 2023. I mean, we have always been prepared for unforeseen events such as weather conditions or other things related to safety for visitors and participants. And previously, it was only bad weather that made us to cancel individual program items, but never cancel the entire festival. Now we've done it, and many other festivals around our globe have canceled it or made it digital. Some festivals are not fit in the digital part, and so that's exactly as Begonia told us. You have to choose the way to make the best of the situation. And I believe that social inclusion will always be a great importance for us organizers and producers. It happens so much when people meet physically. We can talk to each other, experience art together, and interact. Our task must always be to make art and cultural experiences accessible. I mean, that's what we need to do. We have to be able to arrange and produce our culture festivals and art events, and all in the culture and art fields. They need the financial support from the municipalities, the government, and so on to be able to start up again. We know that many cultural workers, they can't, they are not, their art, their job is not existing anymore. And I will also give you an example of what we did last year, because we had 150 young people to employ. It was their job for 3 weeks, and young people in the age of 16 to 20. So when we decided to cancel the festival, my first issue was not to cancel their jobs. So we decided to make something, and we avoided maybe a social catastrophe for this 150 young people who now were working to clean parks and streets or play dance and theater performances outside nursing homes for elder people. So we always can manage to make our festivals and walking hand in hand with the social inclusion, because we know social inclusion, we organizers cannot exist. We don't have. Also, you can give the question and say, do they want us to exist if we are not taking our social inclusion responsibility? Thank you.
Okay, John.
Minister Susan Kirby.
Sorry, it's a small sound issue there, and I have to say as well, it was really lovely to hear, Begonia, your plans. It's just so uplifting to hear plans going ahead and people kind of, you know, making things happen despite the challenges that we all face. So congratulations. The St. Patrick's Festival will launch a programme later today, or later this week actually as well, which I'm really looking forward to hearing about. But I won't go over kind of points maybe that have been made already and other speakers have covered so eloquently, but I might speak to two specific things, maybe to give you a sense of what was involved in cancelling St. Patrick's Festival. And I don't say that from the point of view of, you know, the logistics of a cancellation. They are huge, but and emotionally they are huge, as everybody here I think will probably know. But something quite wonderful happened actually in the context of our cancellation. It was close to this time last year that we were all kind of realising that this was a very serious issue. Actually, in the hearts and minds of Irish people, there was a real debate, a hard-fought debate in all our news channels, at the highest level in government, around whether or not this event would go on. And it actually served a purpose for us who were 25 years old as a festival in creating this conversation around what it meant to people, which actually was really wonderful. And absolutely the right thing was done in cancelling the event. But very interestingly, what happened was the Irish public, so St. Patrick's Festival was one of the first events, it was the first event in Ireland to be cancelled. And it's not just a festival, it's actually a national civic day, which has very ancient origins, really around heralding spring and the beginning of moving from dark into light and all of these wonderful kind of ancient Celtic connections. But the Irish public, after this debate, reacted completely organically before we had the chance to design a digital program or any of those innovations that other people might have done. Irish people ran their own festivals in their gardens, in their sitting rooms, in the windows of their homes, and it was really, really wonderful. And I think that and it was widespread across the whole country. Our national broadcaster ended up taking it on as a project. And in a way, actually, it is about recalibrating with a view to recovery. But I want to hold on. In a way, perhaps Irish people have taken this particular festival for granted, or taken it as a certain thing, where actually what happened last year gave us an opportunity to rethink, recalibrate, and they came up with a really warm, beautiful, heartfelt response to it. So I'd like to capture that. I'd like to see that captured and built upon going forward and into the next number of years. And I think it speaks about identity, and ultimately, Julie, you made the point around tourism, not to reiterate the points that Fran made and Begonia and Tassa, which I would absolutely support. But if we then look at so many of our festivals are judged or, you know, would have kind of metrics around tourism and the economic benefit, I would also like to see that same authenticity that comes from the motivation to create the festival to be instilled in how we analyse the economic benefit. And I think that would be such a benefit to the sector if there was a degree of rigour and ambition beyond a metric of a bed night or a metric of, you know, X equals Y. That actually what our festivals do is create an incredible global connection that really is profound. You know, Begonia spoke there about exchanging, you know, food and Japanese or Chinese tourists coming in. In our case, we're talking about activating 70 million people worldwide who consider themselves Irish at the time of the festival. So that goes well beyond bed night. So I'd love to see the concept of, which I think is wonderful, you know, as we have all been brought back to our roots on our appreciation of cultural experiences and festivals within that. I'd also like to see that extended into how we, as festival organisers and funders and the wider ecology that we report to, that there's a degree of rigour and development in how they analyse our impact as well, and that those elements of connection, authenticity, experience are brought into those metrics as well. So absolutely, I fully endorse what's gone before me in terms of accessibility and social cohesion. But just maybe to point towards something out for future festivals, that we become more connected to actually the real impact of festivals, and therefore how they are evaluated, and therefore how they are supported and delivered. I think that would be a real benefit for the sector. I'd love to hear from the other speakers in perhaps from their viewpoint on that.
Thanks, Susan. Perhaps we could briefly just have a comeback on that last point. I think that would be an interesting use of 5 minutes or so. Would any of the other speakers like to comment on Susan's point about these real impacts of festivals as celebrations, the authenticity dimension, the identity building dimension, and so on, and this capacity to create connections globally?
Yeah, I'd like to come back on that. I think I agree with Susan completely, and I think we've perhaps unwittingly ended up in an evaluation and an impact quagmire in some senses, because I hear you and I completely relate to what you're saying about how we're measured and how we're judged, and therefore how we're funded is in some senses incredibly mechanistic and simplistic. And I think perhaps misses the very essence of what it is we are about. And in lots of cases, we're about something very pure, which is about creating connections, global connections, around moments of great beauty or expertise or celebration, or the reason probably all of us ended up working in this industry, because we want that thing that nothing else can do, and to be measured on the numbers of people, the numbers of views of a website, all of those things are in fact just proxies for what it is that we do. And I think I've been working in this sector for 20 odd, nearly 30 odd years, and it is, I suppose, the holy grail, isn't it, of being able to capture the essence of what we do, and to be able to kind of discuss and kind of distill the impact of what we do. So if anybody knows how to do it, I am all ears, and I would love to know. But I completely hear you about the frustration of some of the impact measures and the targets that we have to meet that are, at the end of the day, very little to do with the very sort of core purpose of a festival.
And I think, I know you could distill it down into frustration, but I suspect, and I completely understand, that most funders would be very used to us all. I suspect, I'm going to make a generalisation, that we would regularly talk about funding and investment and how it should be done. But actually, I'm looking at an opportunity, or presenting an opportunity, maybe, that one of the silver linings of this cloud of the last year has been people, our publics, have reconnected with us because we have not been there, and they have realized where we sit in their hearts, and their connections to their cities or their identities, and actually I think there's an opportunity now that the public have felt that we can articulate that argument, and that the powers that be can understand, what it is. It is a far more textured argument than just X and Y, or whatever it might be, whatever the different metrics might be. So in terms of future festival, that's where I would love to think the conversation would develop and become much more fully embracing of our actual impact. And that will put an onus on us as well, but it's one I'd certainly be very willing to take on. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much to you both. I think we'll carry on with the third question. Perhaps we can come back to this idea at the end of the session with a contribution from Begonia and Tasso. But let's bring in the third question. Actually, it's not so far from what we've been talking about, and I think it's a very nice segue, actually. The question is to do with how the physical, social, and cultural proximity and interactivity of events might be retained or reimagined in the future alongside the virtual dimension which has emerged over the last year or so. Are we talking about a hybrid idea that's come up a few times in the sessions earlier this morning? Or are we talking about a part of the essence of festivals that is reconfigured or lost forever, or perpetually changed, permanently changed forever now? Or are there other ways to create this kind of proximity and ambience that's so emblematic of festival celebrations? Perhaps this time we could start with you, Begonia.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to say to Susan that you have talked about that how much you would like from your work to embrace all this, not only the economic expectations, but all other expectations, no, about the meeting the people together, feelings, etc. From the intercultural point of view, we also want to embrace the other part of opportunity, of a generation of synergies and contribution to the economy of the interculturality to our countries. So I think we should talk very much about how they look at the industry and how they look at interculturality also, and social cohesion through culture, through politics, through many things is the best bridge we can have, not to share many things in culture, in feelings, but also in the development of our economies and our ways of living. As I told you personally, I think the future can be a kind of hybrid, a mix of public events in the streets. That is what I think people want, and I can still feel people want. Also going to the theater, going to concerts, meet people, all these how we call it, all these small preparations for doing this. Is like a kind of religion, no? You are going to the theater, you prepare yourself to go to the theater, you make a call, you do something before the theater, you do something after the theater. And I don't think, but I think the virtuality, it's here, and it's a public that maybe that they can't go to the theater, can't go be in a festival, and now theaters, festivals, or other small events in the neighborhood can also consider the virtual dimension, also taking in consideration the digital divide that is suffering big part of the population. But I think it's going to be a mix, and it should be a mix because it offers to all of us many opportunities. And one day opportunities it gives to our small neighborhoods, not to the Chinese New Year in Barcelona because the media will be there, but the small events in the neighborhoods is that we can put it online and they can be reviewed, or they can be examined, or they can be enjoyed by the politicians to give some money to do the events, for the neighbors just to go out in the street next time and give support. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Begonia. Tasso.
First of all, I agree with all that Susan said, and also Fran, and now Begonia. I mean, we can never replace human meetings between people, and it's precisely these shared meetings between people with art that open doors to new worlds and give us experiences that make life worth living. But of course, the results of digitalized festivals and events also show that there is also a demand and to some extent an increased availability of artistic offerings where geography can be an obstacle. If digital seasons can extend repertoires. It will create a market that increases revenues for players who have a requirement for tickets revenues for the financing. However, I do not believe that the digitalization in itself is the solution to reach underrepresented target groups who otherwise never make any cultural visits. I think we need to work with some more methods there. But yesterday I got the numbers from Gothenburg Film Festival that was ending yesterday, and you have all heard about Gothenburg Festival, about the one person out in the sea screening films for 1 week. And the Gothenburg Film Festival had 300,000 digital visitors this year, and compared to last year, they had 145,000 physical visits. So, I mean, it's the double. The dance band week in Sweden had 159,000 digital participants this year, and last year they had just 44,000 physical visitors. And the Royal Dramatic Theatre, there I'm a board member, the Swedish National Theatre, they had 375,000 digital visitors last year, and the year before we had just 237,000 physical visitors. So we need to find solutions to make both, and we need to find new ways to see how we are interacting with different target groups, because I think there are some target groups, they love to go inside and sit in the theater, or go outside in a field to view their concert in a closed festival. But we also need to find the double way to connect with people, with our audience, and that's, I think that every responsible cultural producer have to, if they not already started, they have to start to find their own methods.
Thank you very much, Tasso. I think that means that it's now Susan's turn.
Sorry. Yeah, I suppose, not to labour the point. Of course, I think I'd agree with Begonia and Tasso in terms of essentially what we're looking at is some kind of blended future. The degree to which I hope will shift more to the live in-person experience as it becomes safer to do so. I do just some observations, some of which I throw out literally as an open-ended question as opposed to having a definite thought on it. But it strikes me, what I'm already seeing is merging of platforms. So, TV and broadcast and film moving into the space of live events, and kind of rights bidding around things like operatic performances. And I think that's something that's going to continue to grow in the future. I think digital access is both a negative and a positive. It has given, and Tasso spoke very well here in the Irish context, the National Gallery has reported that, they've had huge increases in visitors from all over Ireland virtually visiting the gallery in a way that they have never done before. That's fantastic. But if audiences don't have access, obviously that's a challenge. I think, and again, it's already beginning to start, I think hyper unique events. So really, as you said there, Tasso, you know, a unique film screening in the sea. Theatre for one in a box is something that's being trialled here in Ireland. I think that we've always been in that space, and I think festivals have always been in that space. But at the same time, I think it'll become even more of a feature of the future, and something that I'm really challenged by. And something that I think we as cultural producers need to be really careful of is the artist's experience. And the idea that I think we would all acknowledge the fact that an artist gets a lot of energy from their audience. And you know, there's the exchange, certainly in our case, the work is on street largely. And it relies on interaction, and it relies on, you know, and that interaction can be good, bad, you know, boo, hiss, or wow. So it's something that I think is really interesting, and I also think within the idea of artists and the impact of this on artists and how we as cultural producers need to adapt to support them. I would say younger artists find it easier to work in this environment than maybe older artists. That's something we have noticed for a variety of reasons, and it's something that we need to support. So yeah, it's those types of areas I think we will need to address as cultural producers. But fundamentally, you know, in my heart and soul, I really want to get back, as I know everybody does, to some type of live experience where, you know, there's a connection. There's the ultimate in the democratic arts, standing shoulder to shoulder with one another and having a live experience together and talking about it. And, you know, God, I really do hope we can get back there soon. Virtual will be with us hence, but hopefully not to the same degree.
Many thanks, Susan. Fran, what would be your take on this? I think that's a wonderful expression of the boo hiss wow factor in maintaining this kind of buzz around the live side of events and the point of connection.
Yeah.
What's your view from Edinburgh?
Well, the view from Edinburgh, as I look out and it's blizzarding at the moment, so the idea of being outdoors right now is not very appealing. But I mean, I think we'll need a spectrum of responses. One of the things that this sector is incredibly good at is its own creativity and producing creative responses to a crisis, in fact. So we are very good at innovating, we're very good at experimentation, and so I'm intrigued by what Susan talks about with the hyper unique events. I think that's absolutely right, and I think we will see more of those things. As I was sort of putting together some notes for this, I was kind of reflecting on, in the last 12 months, we've all developed a completely new language around COVID safe spaces and physical distancing and hygiene protocols and all of this, as well as new practices of, sanitization and wearing masks and stuff. And we've all become completely fluent in the space of 12 months, which is it's just really interesting. It's a bit of an aside, but who would have thought that, you know, a year ago we'd be talking about this. I mean, I think ultimately, for me, this comes back to what Tasso was saying about the need for the connection and the live connection with real people. And I think there's a huge pent-up demand out there of people wanting contact and wanting to reconnect with people. And I think there's a hierarchy, and I think it's around our loved ones. First of all, we want to be able to see our family, don't we, and to see them in person. And then it's probably our friends, and then it's probably our colleagues, and then it's probably events, actually, because I think that thing that we can bring, which is that collective experience and that moment of communion, is something that can't be replicated through a screen. It can't be mediated. And it's lovely being able to speak to all of you now, but it's not the same as being in the same room as everybody. And that's why I think that digital isn't a substitute. And in fact, it kind of, sort of belittles the role of digital in some senses, because I think what we experienced in the festival is that we are expert at putting on events on stages. What we're not expert in is the digital realm, because that, I think, is an art form in its own right and needs to be understood, which is why what Susan was saying around some of those broadcasters and digital producers moving into the live space is actually really interesting, and where the two will meet, I think will be completely fascinating. But I think we can't replicate that buzz that you get when you're in an audience. And it's also the ritual that Begonia was talking about when you're going to the theatre, the getting the dressed up and the meeting your friends and having dinner with somebody. And it's also, I think, the serendipity that is lost, because you can't bump into somebody in a virtual space, because everything has to be pre-planned. You have to go into the computer, you have to click on the link at a specific time. So it's very difficult to meet a friend of a friend, or just something random happen. And I think we really miss that. So I think where our emphasis is going is how we can bring back the live in a safe way, how we can bring back the live in a controlled way, but through different forms of presentation. So as I've mentioned before, I think it will be around the outdoors and how we can make use of outdoor space. Now, obviously that brings in all sorts of questions of whose space, what's it currently used for, you know, is it free, is it public space, and that, you know, all the questions around space. But I think going outdoors, because it seemed to be safer, I think limiting audience numbers in a way that we can, in a way that's fair, introducing ideas like bubbles, I think is going to be important. And I think that local, again, that sort of reticence that we're seeing for people who aren't wishing to travel long distance to go to events. So I think just to sort of finish, I would say I think there's probably 3 factors that we need to consider in the future. One of them is audience confidence, and some of that is driven by age, as we've heard. Older people perhaps feeling a little more cautious than young people who may be feeling more invincible. I think artist confidence and artists' sentiment is something. How willing are artists to travel? How willing are they to accept what would have been backstage conditions that were okay 3 years ago, maybe aren't nowadays? Accommodations is another factor. And also our workforce confident. They need to be confident that we as event organisers can put on safe events, and that we are prioritising their health and well-being and their safety above the bottom line. So I think if we can do all of those things, then we may have a chance of coming back.
Great, many thanks, Fran. It's really nice to hear you touch on this kind of paradox of planned spontaneity in festival expression and preparation. So there was some great responses to the 3 questions I fielded in advance, but perhaps we can now move on to a couple of questions from the audience. We have around 10 minutes left. If I just scroll down for one moment here. What I'd like to do actually is combine a couple of questions relating to governance and how that can support the future of festivals and all these challenges that we're touching upon today. So a question from Bernadette Quinn on the governance questions raised earlier, how we can challenge the sector to creatively make its voice heard and be reflected within governance practices. How could we best do this? And are there any shared things we can learn from different cities' experience? And I'd like to combine that with a question from Jordi Oliva, who talks about something Christina mentioned this morning on holistic governance that would be necessary. And he asks, are European politicians really prepared to do that, to get engaged with holistic models of governance? So how are European politicians ready for these kind of shifts in governance that are needed to support the festival sector through this crisis? Perhaps we could start with Tasso, and maybe we can make the responses slightly more brief, so perhaps we can get another question in at the end. Thanks very much.
Actually, I was just thinking, I don't know if they are. I mean, we have the politicians in Europe, they are quite diverse, and we have some that that are really taking the governance as it's their law to close and tell us what to do. And in some countries and in some places, even here in Sweden, we have cities with that authorities. So it's not just Poland or Hungary. So that's actually a difficult question, but for us that working in this field is always important to be open and to continue to struggle for the openness and our right to produce the art and to create the free art.
Thanks, Tasso. Would anybody else like to come back on that question regarding preparedness of European politicians for the kind of changes in governments we might need here?
I might just say something just very briefly. I don't think any of us really are probably able, I certainly haven't able to answer the question either, Tasso, but I do know the Irish Minister for Culture has set a proposal in front of the European ministers for a, I think at the moment it's like a recovery network together around a significant cultural response across Europe to COVID. So certainly I think the conversations are beginning to happen to localize the concept of governance a little bit more, because given the nature of COVID, actually I think you have to have quite a local response as well. We're all working in different jurisdictions with different jurisdictional requirements and levels of compliance required. I think actually local exchange is probably really important in the first instance, and intersectoral exchange. So say, for example, in my current role, where film, TV is operational, there's a lot to learn, there's a lot to share between sectors. So I think that's very important, and probably in the first instance, a space that I would look to if that's helpful to people.
Thanks very much, Susan. Anyone else like to comment on that? If not, perhaps we could go for one last question. Tasso, you mentioned the kind of role of participatory mix, especially among younger generations, as a kind of tool for moving towards the kind of future that will see us through this kind of crisis and shift in the normality. No, the question from Shinjin Boban is, how impactful will the hybridity of festivals be to understanding culture and traditions of a city or country, especially for younger generations? So basically, how important is hybridity within this this idea of a cultural expression in the future that might be brought forward by younger generations? Would anybody like to respond to Shinjin's question? Hybridity being digital, face-to-face.
I can say something if no one else want to start. I mean, the issue about the young generation is main for all of us. We shouldn't do anything if we don't think about the coming and the younger generation, because we are not doing it for ourselves. We are doing it in a sustainable way. So we always need to find different ways and different methods to both let the younger generations be a part of what we are doing, not just put them on the stage or let them be viewers. We have to involve them and let them take the decisions together with us, let them have a main voice in everything that we are doing.
I mean, I think there's something interesting about where expertise lies in this realm, because the sort of hybridity of events is a new phenomenon for us. It is something that we're grappling with and thinking about new forms of presentation. But I think, as Susan said earlier, I think it's perhaps sometimes some of those younger people, including younger artists, who are more adept at some of those, or have more skills in the digital arena than some of us event organisers who are slightly older, because that isn't the route that we've come through. So I think the notion of of learning from each other, and the notion of co-creation is going to be really important. And perhaps the shifting in where expertise lies in this realm is going to be really interesting, because it's certainly not something that I'm talking about the International Festival here, feel that we are experts in necessarily. And so we need to reach out and create a whole new network of people who probably will be younger in order to help us sort of navigate this.
Thanks. I think as well, I would completely agree, but I'd also build on the concept of what does young mean, and that's something to define. There's a lot of definitions that would say young is kind of 18 to 35, but you know, audiences, I know, I don't want to end on a low point, but I think that it is, you know, you're talking about a generation who are digital natives in a way that older generations wouldn't be, and we shouldn't be immune to meeting people where they are, as opposed to where we want them to be. So I certainly would be very open to the fact that it's an opportunity, and like all opportunities, it has to be tempered with the fact of what the impact might be, and the impact on the live. And fundamentally, I'd be a little bit of I'd be a firm believer in the fact that the live at the core of the experience will remain the main motivation, or a significant motivation.
Thanks, Susan. Begonia, would you like to add anything?
Just a little thing. I'm so pleased to hear everybody, and I would say that in the young generation is where we see the diversity and multiplicity of identities. So a young person in Barcelona can feel Chinese, Pakistan, but at the same time very much Catalan. Maybe he will tell you, I am 80% of this composition in this moment, but tomorrow when I am in another sphere of my life, I feel just the contrary. And I think all of what you are talking about, arts and young generation, is a big opportunity also for this now new generation of diverse people. That is the people we will have in the future. They will not talk anymore about diversity. They will talk just about people. We hope so, no? What do you think about that?
Thank you very much. I think we'll really need to start wrapping up. This has been a wonderful conversation, particularly in the last kind of half an hour. There's more take-home points for me, including the idea that digital performance is an art form in itself, and we need to start considering it such. I thought that was a fantastic point from Fran. The idea of personalization and uniqueness and reconfiguration of events to kind of bring it to audiences wherever they are, and I mean in time and in space in this sense, not just in geographical terms, but also temporally, you know. And the idea that the future is outdoor, the immediate future is outdoors, and then how we need to start having a conversation about, well, who has access to this space, who has right to use this space, is this a good use of space, which is touching on things that Andrew Smith mentioned earlier in the second session. And also the idea from Begonia that social cohesion through culture and politics is the best kind of bridge between economy and interculturality. I think that was a really excellent point there as well. Also, Tasso's warning that not all festivals fit the digital mold, and we need to be very careful about that and how to make the best of the situation we're in now without kind of influencing too far where we go in the future and leaving the door always open to return to where we are. And I think everyone is pretty much in agreement that the kind of closeness and the interactivity of festivals is one of the defining characteristics that really, if we're talking about the nostalgia to get back to a pre-COVID festival sphere, then it would be that kind of closeness that we're all missing and hoping to recreate in the future. So thank you very much to Fran, to Susan, to Begonia, and to Tasso. And it's been a really fantastic conversation. I'd like to hand over to Alba Colombo now to wrap up the day's proceedings. I've enjoyed it immensely, so thanks very much for the invitation to the FestSpace team to moderate this debate as well. Alba, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Fran, Begonia, Tasso, and Susan. They have been really interesting and motivating speak. So now it's my turn to thank you, everyone. I would not make a resume of all the day today because it has been really interesting. We have been talking about different things from the perspective of Barcelona, but also with professionals and activists in Barcelona, but also from the academic point of view for all the investigators of the FestSpace project. And then the last session talking about this European perspective from different cities have been really pleasure to have you, all of you, here during this day. So now also is my turn to tell you that we will really be glad to have having a strong connection with all of you again. So please, with all of the people that are following us through the YouTube broadcasting, you can check our blog from the FestSpace website. You can check our WestSpace website, but also our FestSpace Twitter. So we're really glad to have you, all of you, on board on this project. We will not be able to do this project without all of you. But also, I will also thank you very much to all the YouTube people that have been following us today. We have been having 30, 40 people for each session, and it was really good, and they give us really inspiring feedbacks. Thank you very much for all speakers, from Gael, Esteban, Guillem in the first session, then Bernadette, Andrew, Christina, and David in the second session, and especially thanks to Susan, Fran, Begonia, and Tasso in this one. So thank you very much also for the moderators, Maite Puigdevall and Julie Wilson. Thank you so much for your job, but also many thanks to the moderators in the chat, in the YouTube channel. So thank you, Michael, Xavier, and especially thanks, of course, to Esther Olive for all the effort to put this seminar together. So, and finally, also thanks for all the research and administration colleagues for our university and technical staff. So please be in contact with us in the name of FestSpace project. Thank you very much for all your participation, and thank you very much for everyone. So take care and good luck to everyone. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.